in Ukraine. It's providing armaments that would not have been at Ukraine's disposal if it had not been for this war. There is a degree of integration, security integration between Ukraine and Europe in particular, that increasingly European leaders and publics see Ukrainian security as central to Europe's own security. Right? So in that sense, Russia has made itself very much worse off than it was
I hope you're okay.
In, say, January 2022.
People have been claiming that Russia is on the brink of economic collapse for almost a decade now. So, is that where the country is actually headed now?
Is Russia about to run out of money? No. Is Russia at the end of its fiscal resources? No. Russia exports natural resources that the world needs. So even if those natural resources aren't going to Europe, which most of them aren't, right? They find them buyers in India, in China, really throughout the rest of the world. And in fact, Europe and the United States need that to happen, because otherwise it increases the cost of all of these resources for them as well, to a level that would be unmanageable. Right? So Russia has opportunities here that, say, an Iran or a North Korea doesn't have when it comes to protecting itself against sanctions. But Russia has to manage its economy like everybody else. It operates in financial markets both domestically and globally. It's doing so in a way that's much more restricted. And so, when it needs to borrow, when it runs into financial headwinds the way that any country can in the modern world, right, it can face a crisis. And that crisis can, from time to time, overwhelm the capacity of the central bank and the financial system to deal with that. We haven't reached that point yet. But the liquidity and the resources that the Russian system has to play with are, again, not at the crisis point that we might see in an Iran or a Venezuela, right? But they are very much more threadbare than they were 4 years ago.
This brings us to the question of the deal ordinary Russians have with the Kremlin. Is it really as simple as Putin delivers stability and people stay out of politics?
I think for ordinary Russians, it's not so simple, right, as this idea that Putin gives them some prosperity and stability and they agree to stay out of politics. I think what we've actually seen really throughout Putin's time in office has been a very different kind of arrangement, one in which ordinary citizens are left alone to lead their lives, right, and to build for themselves whatever they can, sometimes with more difficulty and prosperity, and sometimes with greater ease or conflict, depending on their personal circumstances. But they keep the state at a distance, and the state sort of does its own thing. It makes itself rich, makes the oligarch, as long as it stays sort of the way of ordinary Russian citizens, who by and large don't actually find the state to be terribly useful. Understand it's corrupt. They understand it's not efficient and effective. For the oligarchs, even if they're upset, and I think we've seen a lot of indication, or some indication over the last several years, that they are not very happy with the war or the way that things are being governed. Again, how could they be, right? It's made them less powerful and to a certain extent less rich. But what are their options?
So tired.
And if they pull down Putin, right, they are left with a very different, potentially, political system, right? One that they might struggle to control, one that might put them themselves face to face with the Russian public, who might have varying opinions about Putin, but none of them have great opinions about the oligarchs. Most of them would rather take these people and take away all of their property, string them up from a lamppost, and start again, right? So they are in a bond, right? They're caught between an unpleasant but fairly manageable current situation and a future that is really very uncertain and potentially very dangerous.
And yet, for all that dissatisfaction among the public, among the elite, none of it has coalesced into any real opposition, partly because nobody has been offered a credible alternative.
Putin understands instinctively that as soon as an alternative emerges, or people will begin to weigh that cost and benefit, right, of change, and that calculation may not come out in his favor. And so he's been very, very careful to avoid anybody like they might be. Even somebody you think of as loyal. Right? So whenever there's been a discussion of succession, he holds those cards very close to his chest because he doesn't want the system to begin to orient itself around the possible future. He will monopolize power until his power or his life are over, and those two might do the same thing. But the bigger challenge, I think, for the system is not coming up with an alternative. Right? An alternative will present itself at the time that people begin to really lose faith in the ability of this system to continue. The question is, what is it actually causes people to lose faith? It's hard to explain to people that if you voted or mobilized or rose up into the streets, right, to create some kind of a different political outcome, that it would actually make life better. And if we go back, 20, 30, 40, 50 years of Russian history, even into the late Soviet period, there's not a lot of indication that changes of power actually make people's lives better.
And Putin has been very deliberate about that, not just suppressing alternatives at home, but cutting Russia off from the outside world in a way that limits people's sense of what's even possible. How does that isolation actually work in his favor?
What he found was that there was a significant constituency, particularly younger people, particularly in the major cities, white-collar workers, well-educated people who had really begun to integrate themselves into a European lifestyle, and who were beginning to try to transform cultural spaces, but also political spaces in Russia in a way that would make Russia feel very much more European. At the same time, they were using access to Europe. People, particularly, the richer people, were using access to Europe as a way of insulating themselves from what was going on in Russia. And so, in putting Russia into this, as he puts it, an existential conflict with Europe, in particular, what he's done is he's cut people off from those escape mechanisms. He's cut people off from those sources of autonomy, but also from those sources of ideas about what a different future could look like for Russia, and force people themselves to make a choice. Where either you leave, which hundreds of thousands of people have done, right, or you stay, but then you understand that your future is here and it will be created here.
Back to our top question: is there any new information here that suggests that the Russian president is truly on his way out?
I don't see anything happening that feels like a challenge that we haven't seen before, or that feels that it's insurmountable for the Kremlin. Of course, there are challenges, right? And eventually the Kremlin will make a mistake, or eventually some of these challenges will come together in a way that becomes unexpectedly problematic. If I can see that coming, the Kremlin can see it coming, right? If it's going to be something the Kremlin can't see coming, it can't fix, right? The likelihood is we're not going to see it coming either, right? So I'm going to continue for the time being to predict that things will remain stable, and I will be right until I'm wrong.
Stable until it isn't, perhaps the most honest verdict anyone can give on Putin's Russia right now. But we want to hear from you. Do you think the rumors of instability in the Kremlin actually point to something real? Or is this just the usual noise that surrounds any long-serving leader? Give us your take in the comments. I'm Anna Umo. Thank you so much for watching.
Now to Russia, where the approval ratings of Vladimir Putin are slipping, and some people are daring to speak out about the problems ordinary Russians are facing, such as internet restrictions, higher taxes, a struggling economy. A popular Russian blogger recently posted a 19-minute video on Instagram criticizing many aspects of life in Russia. It got millions of views and sparked a wider debate about the direction Russia is going.
Vladimir Putin has an image problem. A post with nearly 30 million views broke the silence.
Vladimir Vladimirovich, people are afraid of you. Bloggers are afraid, musicians are afraid, governors are afraid. And yet you are the president of our country. I don't think we should be afraid of you.
In a long video, lifestyle influencer Victoria Bunya, who has 13 million followers on Instagram, says she's speaking for the Russian people. She lays out what many Russians have been talking about privately and on social media for a while: internet restrictions, economic struggles, and police pressure on businesses. The only thing she leaves out is the war in Ukraine, Openly criticizing the Russian aggression has already sent hundreds to prison. But for many Russians, this kind of criticism resonates. Gauging public opinion in Russia is a lot harder since the start of the Ukraine war. Many people fear direct repercussions for giving honest answers. But even under these circumstances, a state-run research centre has showed a drop in Vladimir Putin's approval rating for the first time in 4 years of full-scale war. 67% is still high for a European leader, but analysts point to a steady downward trend.
For most Russian citizens, the war has stopped functioning as a kind of drug for Putin. There were 4 major spikes in his popularity, all caused by different wars. But as the effect of this military mobilization wears off, approval drops and issues like the economy, healthcare and education rise again.
Russia's economy has been performing poorly too. In just the first 3 months of this year, the budget deficit has already exceeded the plan for all of 2026. At a recent meeting with economic officials, Putin acknowledged the slowdown.
Statistics show that for the second month in a row, economic dynamics have unfortunately been declining. In January and February, there was a contraction of 1.8%.
In another sign that the Kremlin's control might be slipping, it hiked taxes at the start of the year. And this as spending on the war continues to rise. On social media, many small business owners say higher taxes have forced them to close.
And that's the end of my construction company. I've shut it down. I've closed my business.
Just let us work. Let us work so we can provide for our 5 children.
Parliamentary elections are coming up in Russia this fall, and Putin's United Russia Party seems to be losing popularity. If this were a Western democracy, the government would try to address the source of public anger. But in Russia, elections work differently.
Elections are mainly a test of loyalty for regional elites. If they deliver the numbers they were told to, it doesn't matter how. Fraud, persuasion, administrative pressure, buying votes. If they bring in the result, it means they're in control.
For the same reason, even as Putin's image takes a hit, he's also unlikely to end the Ukraine war. And that, experts say, is the real source of Russia's recent struggles.
A short while ago, I spoke about this with Catherine Belton. She's a journalist and author who has been covering Russia for years. In a recent piece for the Washington Post, she explained how the mood in Russia has turned bleak. I asked her what indications there are for that and what it means for President Putin.
Well, I'm afraid now because the war is now entering its 5th year, people are starting to see no end in sight. There haven't been any negotiations with Donald Trump's administration now for months because the US is so distracted with the war in Iran. And also the economy is really turning sour and sanctions are really starting to bite. It's been a very gradual build-up, but we see kind of the impact now, and it's very real on businesses. They're struggling to make payments. There's actually a build-up of non-payments across the economy now of $100 billion or more. People can't pay their bills. Sort of people in Moscow have told us that the shopping malls are emptying out, restaurants are closing. Overall, there's just a real depression. And also for the first time in the big cities in Moscow and St. Petersburg, the war is really hitting home. People are feeling the impact of it because the authorities decided it was safer because of drone attacks and kind of phishing attempts, and also perhaps because of Putin's own political nervousness growing over the impact of the war. They started closing down the internet. People are really struggling to access online social media. They're used to living in a highly digitalized society, and now they can't access the internet. And it's like being thrown back to the Stone Age. One of the Moscovites we spoke to said it's like living behind the digital Iron Curtain. So people are starting to feel like this repressive atmosphere very strongly.
That's quite a picture of how people are becoming very frustrated in the country. Is there any indication, though, that Vladimir Putin is worried about public discontent?
Well, I mean, it looks like people in his administration are trying various ways to get the message across to him. I mean, he's a little bit locked in his own bubble in a way, because I think he kind of thinks that, you know, even though things are souring domestically, it's manageable, that he maintains enough control for him not to have to do anything about it. He's more worried about a threat posed to him by Europe, or what Donald Trump is up to in the Middle East. He thinks he's a player on the world stage and he doesn't have to worry about domestic issues. But we see signs that people in his administration are in fact worried, and I think they're trying to get the message across to him. We saw just last week on Friday, Russia's biggest state-owned pollster published its latest set of ratings, in which Putin's approval rating had fallen for the 7th consecutive week. It's now down to a low not seen since before the start of the war. So Putin is very much going to have to take that on board. And he, we've also had these sort of public kind of appeals to him. There's one very popular social media influencer, a very glamorous lady called Victoria Bonya, who's based in Monaco of all places, and yet she's still got 1.4 million likes as she kind of launched this video, which essentially went into a diatribe about the government's mishandling of issues that are affecting ordinary Russians, including this shutdown of the internet.
Russia has profited from the surge in oil and gas prices resulting from the war in the Gulf. Some sanctions on Russian energy exports have also been eased by the United States. Could this prove a lifesaver for the Russian economy and thereby strengthen President Putin's grip on power?
Well, yes. I mean, it's very ironic because right at the moment when the sanctions were really starting to hit home, like I mentioned, it's been a very gradual build-up, but the economy now is really feeling the impacts because inflation soared. The central bank had to yank up interest rates to over 20% to try and cool down the economy and rein in inflation. So once they did that, inflation has fallen, but it's still high and the interest rates are still high. So everyone is really struggling. People are saying grocery prices have gone up like 3 times. So you have this cumulative effect, and yet Trump kind of issued these waivers on Russian oil sanctions, which has really been having an impact. The high oil prices started boosting coffers, but economists say it's going to take a lot more than a few months of these higher oil prices and sanctions waivers for it to really have an impact. And indeed, for Russia to just balance the budget, never mind kind of deal with the issues, the structural issues, which are really kind of way off the charts because of the high interest rates, just to balance the budget, it requires really these high oil prices of over $100 to remain till the end of the year to allow Russia just to balance the budget.
And we should also mention that Ukraine's deep strikes into Russia, onto its oil processing facilities, has really limited Russia's ability to refine oil. Can you imagine a scenario where domestic conditions in Russia become so bleak that the economy becomes so bad that President Putin seeks an exit ramp from the war, one that Ukrainians could go along with?
You know, it's still tough to imagine because, Putin, as I mentioned, is still locked in this cocoon where he thinks of himself as a player on the international stage, and perhaps he quite rightly believes that the Russians are well used to sort of grinning and bearing it, that they're a lot more resilient than our populations, and indeed the leaders he has at his control, to kind of maintain power over society and money. The FSB is everywhere, is able to arrest critics at whim. So he's likely to sort of continue as he is for now, and perhaps have an even more repressive atmosphere at home. But this will build up, and it may not be this year, but perhaps by next year he might be forced into making some concessions. But certainly for now, I think he believes still that time is on his side, that he is going to be able to wear down Ukraine, and he will continue to pursue his war goals and taking all of Donbass in East Ukraine, as he stated. And indeed, he believes that Trump's own war in Iran gives him carte blanche to do what he wants in Ukraine, because both now America and Russia have launched these arbitrary actions.
Catherine, thank you very much for sharing your insights with us today. That was journalist and author Catherine Belton.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
It would be encouraging, it is very strongly, Russians to basically fix those and use something called MAX, which is a Russian-created state act messaging. No, you haven't heard of it, and many Russians don't want to use it, I have to say. So that's the first. The second thing is that's going to use to sort of crack down on VPN, these virtual private networks that people can use to get around internet restrictions. You know, if you're using a VPN to access sites that are restricted, then the state will block that VPN.
Hi Casey, how are you doing? Hello Frods. Hello Maya. I wish you the best of luck, Maya. I hope you get better. I'm okay, Casey. How's life treating you? I'm getting ready for bed. Hello, Jamie. I'm live on TikTok. Yeah. Did you see him today? Bloody hell. What happened? You're not odd, mate. Good evening. With a girl. Oh, God. She must have been a low life. Hello. I've been okay. I stopped my live earlier to get ready for bed. Hello, boo boo. They're not there together. Jesus. She must be a lowlife. Egg and cress. Same trainers. What a goon. I like egg and crust sandwich. Yeah. Mm. True story, my friends.
How is Ukraine reversing the momentum? Total, undeniable drone supremacy. Russian officials are panicking. The vaunted Russian grinding advance has not just stalled. In areas, it is reversing. And Putin is sitting there increasingly scared and having to react.
Goon.
As Ukraine
I know.
brings the war home to Russia and burns Britain's oil reserves, the map is being rewritten. I'm Philip Ingram, and this is Battle Plans Exposed. Think back 4 years. Russian tanks were rolling towards Kyiv, and the world held its breath. Who would have thought then that today it's Ukraine dictating the pace and putting Moscow where it hurts? This operational reality is sinking in for Putin. A leaked
Walking,
European
Casey.
intelligence report highlights a man in the grip of increasing paranoia, terrified for his own
That guy
safety
was such a
and
creep.
that of his inner circle.
It was so thick as
And
well.
there's every reason to be. In a major blow to the Kremlin's wallet, Sweden has seized the Russian Shadow Fleet tanker, the Yin Hui, in the Baltic Sea. At the same time, Kyiv's so-called kinetic sanctions are hammering the industrial heartland of Russia. Drone strikes have lit up refineries and plants in Tuapse, Chibokasari, and Perm, targets deep inside the motherland. On the tactical level, Ukraine's drone dominance continues to bite. Despite the meat wave
We did
tactics,
egg and
Russia
cress.
has failed to make any meaningful progress in the focus
And
city of Kosovo.
I don't know why you don't ask me directly.
We'll analyse all of
And
this and
hula
more.
hoops.
But first, let's take a look at the latest clips from the front line. So first up, here's an extraordinary update
Yeah.
on this Ukrainian attack. Drones successfully obliterated.
I'll go along with you to court if you want,
Mi-28 Havoc
Casey.
attack helicopter and a £15 million Mi-17
Well, I was there,
helicopter.
so
This
might be
wasn't
relevant
a
there.
lucky shot near the border. This was a precision strike 150 kilometers behind enemy lines in Russia's Grozny region.
Purple hair.
Ukrainian Unmanned Systems Forces, the USF, discovered 4 helicopters at a makeshift field of airstrip,
No, I like them a lot.
sitting ducks while they
Yeah,
refueled
barbecue
and
beef.
underwent maintenance checks. Major Robert Bravadi of Magyar confirmed the drones were steered directly into the engine compartment
No,
to
pause
show
it, no comment.
maximum internal damage. But the strikes didn't just take out hardware, they hit the crews, or at least one. A maintenance specialist was killed on the spot.
Yeah.
Strong evidence
Good to see him
suggests
go
that
down.
Captain Chukrov was the specialist caught in the drone
Watching the
fight
news.
while servicing the Mi-17, with his obituary appearing just 24 hours after the attack. This operation was a masterclass in collaboration between the 429th Achilles Brigade and the 43rd Artillery and the SBU Alpha Special Forces. For the cost of a wing-type drone, Ukraine has wiped out over £30 million in Russian aviation assets in a single afternoon.
Wow.
And these costly Ukrainian strikes didn't just hit
Russia won't recover
We
from
discussed
this.
last week the Ural Mountains and the shield they provided for protecting Russia's industrial heartland and military complex. For years, the area east of them was seen as Russia's
Yeah.
fortress, a safe rear out of Ukraine's reach. Well, looking at Chagall airfield, that's not the case anymore. Home of the crown jewels and the Russian air
Thank you,
power,
Becky.
Ukrainian drones travelled a staggering
Oh, so nice.
1,700 kilometres
Thank
to strike
you.
the site,
Oh, so nice.
rewriting the rules of long-range warfare. The targets were Russia's most prized assets. 2 Su-57
Monster Munch as well. I like Monster Munch.
the Su-34 fighter bomber. A single Su-57 cost
Thank you, 85.
£120 million, while the Su-34 is worth around 50 million. The Su-57, this is the first time we believe one has been struck in combat. As you can see, the Kremlin assumed they were safe and parked their most expensive cutting-edge
Wow.
5th-generation fighter jets on the runway. This exposed position was perfect for Ukraine. Again, Commander Robert Magyar Bravadi confirmed the strike, noting that hunting these advanced jets is critical to reducing the number of guided bombs falling in Ukrainian
Word
cities.
to source. Yeah, very
Intelligence
nice. I like
reports
word
suggest that
to
some
source.
Su-34 components are still being built using Western tech that's escaped sanctions.
Scampi fries. I like those. They're nasty.
Ukraine's budget drones just put a massive dent in Putin's pocket.
Hmm.
Next up, this isn't the hotly anticipated Grand Theft Auto 6 video game. Not that I know what that is. Ukrainian tech experts have modded GTA 5 to turn the streets of Los Santos into a flight school for FPV drone pilots. Trainees use real drone controllers to hunt down virtual trucks and helicopters, mastering the high-speed maneuvers needed to survive in the real front line. The simulation helps pilots perfect the
Crisps are the best.
manual
Oh, how I love my
style
fans.
that allows drones to perform the sharp cinematic drives used to destroy Russian tanks. In the real world, a mistake costs £500 and a lost drone. In the simulator, they can crash.
Oh, thank you,
1,000
Becky.
times until they have the muscle
Very
memory
nice.
to hit a moving target.
At Arena Food Centre, and I got it from the petrol station.
Obvious gaming and military precision.
You like salt and shake,
So every
yeah?
pilot sent to the front is already an ace.
You still get them.
Low cost, off the shelf software, Ukraine is churning out elite drone operators faster than Russia can recruit the men to be their targets. It is a chilling evolution. One day they're chasing a blimp.
Yeah,
on a
67
screen.
viewers,
The
yes.
next, they're guiding a kamikaze drone into a £120 million fighter jet. And of course, this constant cat and mouse game leads to some remarkable innovation. Have a look at this. It's a new type of blinding shotgun shell being tested by the Russians. Instead of lead pellets, it fires a cloud of thick red adhesive. The goal, don't destroy the drone, blind it. The compound coats the lens and hardens instantly, cutting the video feed and leaving the pilot flying into a total blackout. It sounds clever, but it's a high
Cup of water, I thought it would make
For
Chris
this to
flavour
work,
drink.
you'll have to before pulling the
Oh,
trigger.
bless you, that's so
Desperate
sweet.
last second
It must have
defense
tasted
in
horrible.
war where the optics are everything. And we have to remember it's a shotgun type.
Yeah, my
gun.
account
It
got
can't be
banned, yeah.
fired from the standard weapon that the soldier is carrying, so it needs another weapon. It needs different ammunition. It needs a new supply chain, and it needs the soldier to realize quickly enough.
I sounded like the sea. 14. So simple,
And
Brian.
finally, footage shows Ukrainian forces executing a high-stakes operation.
Mohammed,
Two
انت
massive
من
oil
وين؟
tankers
انت اسمك محمد ولا لا؟
Novorossiysk, Russia's main.
انت ايش اسمك انت؟
These
ايش
aren't
اسمك
regular
انت؟
commercial ships.
انت اسمك محمد ولا لا؟ انت تتكلم عربي ولا لا؟
Aging sanctioned vessels.
كلم.
with shell
يلا
butlers
كلم.
and fake flags to fund the Russian war machine. Looking at the waterline of the hull, you can see the tankers.
يا محمد.
There's no risk of an environmental.
محمد.
disaster. Thermal
تتكلم عربي ولا لا؟
published by
انت
President
تتكلم عربي
Zelensky
ولا لا؟
shows the Magroth V5 sea drone.
All sounds pretty
hunting
Arabic.
target from
I'm asking if he speaks
climbing
Arabic or
directly
not.
into the tanker's stern to cripple its propulsion. This was
I
a
said,
political
Mohammed, his name's
stunt
Mohammed.
led by
I said,
Donald
Mohammed, do you speak
Trump,
Arabic or not?
Andrei Hankov, involved
Do you
in
speak Arabic or not?
counterintelligence and the
أنت من وين؟
physically enforced
أنت من وين؟
the West has put on paper.
انت من وين؟
This follows a similar hit just 5 days earlier on the site
أنت من وين؟
of Marquez near to
يلا كلم.
showing a systematic campaign to starve the Kremlin of oil revenue. The message from Kyiv is simple. If you use the
محمد انت من وين؟
your ships
كلم كلم عني.
As Zelensky
يلا.
put it, these tankers were actively used to transport oil. Now they won't be.
No, I'm asking where you're from. يلا تكلم ولا انت؟
انت
من وين؟
Back in August
Hello, Sophie.
2024, Russia has officially suffered a net loss of territory in Ukrainian territory. Now let's
أنت مصري.
exactly how
لا حول قوة إلا
Ukraine
بالله.
actions
لا حول
dismantling
قوة
the
إلا
Russian
بالله.
war
انت
machine.
مصري والله.
Let's
انت في مصر الان.
look at the hard
الان انت في مصر او
In
لا؟
April 2026,
وين انت؟
Russian forces lost a total of 100
Thank you, Terry.
square kilometers of terrain. So why does the Kremlin keep broadcasting? to
انت في بريطانيا او
It
لا؟
all comes down to a desperate change in
You're from
tactics.
Lincolnshire, I'm from Kent.
Infiltration. Instead of massive, sweeping armored assaults, Russian commanders are sending
You look nice
small,
today, very
isolated
paste.
infantry groups.
Oh, pastel.
sneaking
Oh,
into
thank
the
you. I've got my
Ukrainian
dirty jumper on.
They infiltrate
Thank
the
you, buddy.
outskirts of the town.
You're from Kent, are you?
The flag and the Kremlin claims the city has fallen.
I think you're no good, mate.
Take the critical hub.
I think you're a bad person.
Kosaninivka.
I did been okay.
Russian forces first infiltrated the eastern outskirts 6 months ago. The progress since then, they've managed to.
I prefer Cumberland.
A pathetic 0.7% of the city's edge.
Not from
In
Durham.
fact,
Thank you, Terry.
recently board geolocated footage from
We're
this
just
week,
chilling out here
and that
together.
shows Ukrainian forces actively
Just chilling out a little
counterattacking
together.
and advancing
I need.
in those exact same
Thank you,
eastern
Terry.
sectors.
That's very
Wiping
sweet.
out these isolated Russian scores. How is Ukraine reversing the momentum? Total undeniable drone supremacy. The ISW
محمد انت
confirmed
ما
that
تتكلم
Ukraine's
عربي انت
unmanned
والله.
systems forces are now
بشوية انت تتكلم
operating at an
بشوية.
entirely different level,
Thank you, Ashley.
executing a staggering 11,000 combat
In
missions
Ramsgate.
every single day.
There's some nice beaches in Kent. Yeah, Broadstairs is nice. There's a nice sandy one. Oh, you speak out? Yeah, sure, yeah. I think FYI.
In
You mean
Kupiansk, we just witnessed the terrifying future of warfare.
You speak perfect Arabic. ايه ده ثلاثة واحد اثنين تلح باء. هسه مصري انت مصري واحد اثنين تلح باء فوق اثنين تلح باء. ايه ده ايه ده ازيك يا بلبل ازيك يا بلبل.
Intercepted report from Moscow admitting that new Ukrainian drones operate around the clock. They're virtually inaudible and completely bypass standard Russian.
It's not my language.
Furthermore, Ukraine is intercepting.
I learned Arabic when I was lived in Saudi Arabia.
Russia's ability to conduct its.
انت يا مصري انت ايش
The
بيك
real
انت؟
masterstroke of Ukraine's
ايش بيك
battle
انت؟
plan is unfolding
والله
deep
العظيم.
behind enemy lines.
عيب عليك
While
والله
Russia
عيب
bogs
عليك.
down in the mud of the Donbass,
Hello
Ukraine
Colin.
is systematically dismantling the Russian economy and its logistics networks. Ukrainian drones are bypassing overstretched air defense.
Yeah, I went in 2007. I love Saudi Arabia.
In the Yaroslavl, Nizhny,
Wallah.
Volgograd, and Tuapse. The result, Bloomberg reports that Russian daily oil processing.
Someone gift me, yeah, then go live and do something entertaining.
December 2009. As we showed earlier, a daring Ukrainian.
I'm still employed by
tribal
Google.
airfield in Chelyabinsk. Satellite imagery confirms.
I'm
they
okay,
destroyed
Colin.
Highly valuable Su.
Getting ready for Pete.
stealth fighters
Right.
and Su-34 bombers. A classic example of asymmetric warfare. The much larger enemy with more expensive military power.
It's a beautiful country. I love Saudi Arabia. There's lots of messed up stuff about Saudi Arabia. Because
David versus
it's very
Goliath.
beautiful there.
Think of the.
But it is a
Vietcong
didictatorship.
in Vietnam.
Being real about it. It
Ukraine
is.
is
It's
starving
not. There's
the
lots of
Russian
bad things
front line
there.
of the
There's
fuel
lots of beautiful
and air
things there as
support
well.
it desperately needs for any.
I don't know what country I'd like to visit. I'd like to visit Russia.
This pressure is cracking the Russian leadership. According to the latest intelligence, Vladimir Putin is
We'd
increasing.
love to go to Dubai, yeah.
Terrified.
People are very
of
friendly and
drone
funny.
strikes and
They're very
internal
sarcastic, the
attacks.
Saudis.
The Russian president is reportedly spending
Baldy.
the vast majority of his time locked inside highly secured underground bunkers.
You're from Russia. My grandfather's Russian. On my mum's side. He's from St. Petersburg. His family's from St. Petersburg. I'd like to go.
Putin has
They're doing a lot of
reportedly
tea,
slapped
yeah.
a total ban on mobile phones for anyone. working
Africa,
in
yeah, I'd
the
like to go to
sector.
Africa.
If you're a cook, a bodyguard.
Well, I've been to Africa. I mean, I've been to Egypt.
Your internet-enabled devices are now strictly off limits. The paranoia doesn't.
Who would I rate the UK? Would you rate the UK to others?
Are being sold in the private
Of course I
homes
would.
of the staff to keep them under
I'm English.
24/7 watch. Even their commute.
Oh, you're East African. Hello,
They're
buddy.
banned from public transport and
Samira.
forced to use official vehicles organised by the Federal Protective Service. Why? Because the Russian leader is terrified of an inside job. After 4 years of war, he's reportedly living in a cocoon of fear, terrified of a coup or a drone strike coming from within.
When you think about it.
He's also cleaning house. After humiliating failures to stop Ukraine,
When you think about it.
Russian Ministry of Defense just fired the commander-in-chief of their aerospace forces, General Viktor Absalov, desperately bringing in new blood to plug their holes in their strategy. To sum it up, Russia is losing ground. Their oil
When you think about
it,
it.
and they're losing the
When you think
technology
about it, you know we. When you think about it. When you think about it. Oh my God! When you think about it, in a week.
Train their pilots locally, disguised over the battlefield, and fight to get even more hostile for Moscow. To truly understand any conflict, you cannot just look at the trenches. You have to analyze it through three distinct lenses. We brought this out in the first ever episode of Battle Plans Exposed, and these lenses are strategic, the operational, and the tactical. Today we're tearing
Tidy
apart
up.
the
Finish
Russian
tidying
war
up tomorrow is
in
what I want to
Ukraine
do.
across all three of these levels to show you exactly where this conflict stands in 2026. Let's start at the very top, the strategic level. This is the realm of grand politics.
I'm
International
a test
alliances,
engineer for Google DeepMind.
Right now, the international peace negotiations.
Give you life advice. What life advice can I give you?
Absurd. We've seen dueling ceasefires. Vladimir Putin declared a unilateral ceasefire for the 8th and 9th with 5 World War II victory day parades in Moscow. Parades, I might add, that are practically devoid
Hell yeah.
of armour this year due to the
galaxies is so enormous,
Hello, Casey.
so overwhelmingly empty, that
I hope
it
everyone's
turns the
okay.
universe into something far lonelier than any photograph suggests. Even our nearest large galactic neighbor sits so far away that light itself needs 2.5 million years.
Ah, you can see my bum!
Between those galaxies lies almost nothing. A void so vast and so utterly barren that it redefines what the word isolation means. If you want to see why the space between galaxies is the most terrifying distance in the universe, do me a favor and consider tapping that like and subscribe button. It genuinely helps this channel keep making
I hope
these
everyone's
deep dives,
okay.
and I really appreciate every single one of you who sticks around. Now, settle in, get yourself comfortable, let's begin. Open any astronomy book published in the last 30 years. Find the photographs taken by space telescopes pointed at the deepest reaches of the cosmos. You will see galaxies everywhere, thousands of them packed into a single frame, spirals tilted at elegant angles, ellipticals glowing like golden lanterns, irregular smudges of light scattered between larger structures like cosmic confetti.
Hello?
The images are breathtaking. They're also profoundly misleading. When you look at a deep field photograph from the Hubble Space Telescope or the James Webb Space Telescope, your brain does something automatic and dangerous.
Yeah.
It treats the image as a kind of landscape. It sees galaxies positioned near each other on a flat plane and assumes they are neighbors. The way houses sit across a street, the way boats float in the harbor. Your mind fills in the gaps with an assumption of proximity because that is what your visual system was built to do. Millions of years of evolution on the African savanna trained your brain to judge distances based on how objects appear relative to one another. Something that looks close must be close. Something positioned next to another object must be nearby. This instinct serves you well on Earth. It will betray you catastrophically when applied to the universe. Those galaxies you see clustered together in telescope images are not clustered at all. They are separated by distances so enormous that the word distance barely applies. Many of them sit millions of light years apart. Some are separated by tens of millions, others by hundreds of millions.
Is anybody there?
A few are billions of light years.
Oh no, nobody's there.
Neighbors in the frame.
Oh my. Oh, what's going on
The
here?
photograph compresses all of this depth into a flat image, and your brain does the rest, collapsing inconceivable gulfs into the cozy illusion of a crowded room. Consider the Hubble Ultra Deep Field, one of the most famous astronomical images ever taken. Astronomers pointed the telescope at a tiny patch of sky, a patch so small you could cover it with a grain of sand held at arm's length, and kept the shutter open for 11 days. The resulting image revealed over 10,000 galaxies in that single minuscule sliver of sky. 10,000 galaxies crammed into a frame smaller than a fingernail held against the night. Your eye sees density. Your brain sees neighbors. But many of those galaxies are separated by billions
I love
of
my
light
fangs.
years of empty space.
Yes.
Some existed when the universe was less than a billion
Oh,
years
I love my
old.
fangs.
Others are relatively
Yes.
nearby,
Think
but
about
a few
it,
hundred
yes.
million light years distant. The image flattens all of this cosmic depth into a mosaic that looks like a crowded jewel box, and the lie becomes almost irresistible. You would never guess, looking at that image, that the dominant feature of the universe it depicts is not the galaxies, but the emptiness between them. This
Yes.
is not a minor misunderstanding.
No.
This is the single most dangerous optical lie in all of astronomy.
Yes.
It makes you believe the universe is full in a way that implies connection. It makes you feel that galaxies are scattered like stars across a sky, separated by manageable distances, reachable in principle if not in practice. The truth is the opposite. Galaxies are among the most isolated structures in existence. The voids between them are so vast and so empty that even neighboring galaxies exist in a kind of cosmic solitary confinement. And the scale of that separation is something most people never confront, because every image they have ever seen was designed, unintentionally, to hide it. To understand why intergalactic distances are so terrifying, you first need to understand what a galaxy actually is, not as a word, not as a glowing shape in a photograph, but as a physical object with a real size that already exceeds anything the human mind can comfortably hold. Our galaxy, the Milky Way, is a barred spiral containing somewhere between 200 billion and 400 billion stars. Current estimates lean toward the higher end of that range. Each of those stars is a thermonuclear furnace,
Yes.
many of them orbited by planets, moons, asteroids,
Yes.
and comets. The entire structure spans roughly 100,000 to 200,000 light years from edge to edge. hours. It passes the orbit of Pluto in about 5.5 hours. Yet this same light, moving at the absolute cosmic speed limit, would need 100,000 years to traverse the structure you live inside. When the light now arriving from the far edge of the Milky Way began its journey, modern humans had not yet left Africa. Entire civilizations have risen and fallen in the time it takes a single photon to cross our galactic home. The Milky Way is so large that the speed of light, the fastest thing in the entire universe, is too slow to cross it in anything resembling a human lifetime. It is too slow to cross it in 1,000 human lifetimes. It would need roughly 1,300 human lifetimes, end to end, just to make the trip. This is the scale of a single galaxy, one structure, one island of stars. And you need to hold this scale firmly in your mind, because it is the ruler against which intergalactic distances must be measured. Whatever number you are about to hear for the gap between galaxies, remember that the galaxy itself is already absurdly, incomprehensibly large. The distance between galaxies is not measured in miles or even in light years the way we measure planetary or stellar distances. It is measured in multiples of galaxy lengths. And when you realize how large a single galaxy length already is, the multiples become devastating. Now look up on a clear autumn night from the northern hemisphere. Find the constellation Andromeda. Locate the faint, hazy smudge of light that sits just off the chain of stars marking the constellation boundary. That smudge is the Andromeda Galaxy. It is the most distant object visible to the unaided human eye. It appears small, it appears faint, it appears manageable. It is none of these things. The Andromeda Galaxy is a monster. It contains approximately 1 trillion stars. Its disk stretches across roughly 200,000 to 260,000 light years, making it comparable in size to our own Milky Way, and possibly somewhat larger. In January of 2025, NASA released a stunning mosaic of Andromeda, assembled from over 600 overlapping Hubble Space Telescope observations taken across a decade of work. That mosaic resolved approximately 200 million individual stars, and it still captured only a fraction of the galaxy's total stellar population. Andromeda is a gravitational empire containing thousands of star clusters, billions of planetary systems, and a supermassive black hole at its center, with a mass exceeding 100 million times that of our Sun. It is not a small neighbor. It is a full-scale galactic civilization sitting across the void from us, and it is approximately 2.5 million light-years away. Say that number slowly. 2.5 million light-years. Let your mind try to process what that means in physical terms. A light-year is roughly 6 trillion miles. Multiply 6 trillion by 2.5 million, and you arrive at a distance of approximately 15 quintillion miles. That number has so many zeros it stops being a number and becomes an abstraction. So let me bring it closer to something you can feel. The Parker Solar Probe, which in December of 2024 became the fastest human-made object in history, reached a speed of approximately 430,000 miles per hour as it swung past the sun. At that speed, you could travel from New York to Tokyo in under a minute. You could circle the entire Earth in about 3.5 minutes. This is the pinnacle of human velocity, the absolute fastest any machine built by our species has ever moved. At the speed of the Parker Solar Probe, the journey to the Andromeda Galaxy would take approximately 4 billion years. Not 4,000, not 4 million, 4 billion. That is roughly the current age of the Earth. You would need to travel at the fastest speed humanity has ever achieved, without stopping, without slowing, for a duration equal to the entire geological history of our planet, just to cross the gap between two galaxies that astronomers describe as neighbors. Even light, the ultimate cosmic messenger, needs 2.5 million years. If you could somehow freeze the Andromeda Galaxy in time and fire a laser beam at it right now, the photons would not arrive until 2.5 million years from now. By the time that signal reached the other side, whatever civilization sent it would almost certainly be unrecognizable or extinct. The gap is not just far, it is temporally ruinous. It destroys any hope of timely communication let alone physical travel. And here is the part that truly breaks intuition. Andromeda is close. By galactic standards, it is practically next door. It is the nearest large spiral galaxy to our own. When astronomers talk about nearby galaxies, Andromeda is the first name they mention. It is our most immediate peer, our closest gravitational partner, the galaxy most likely to interact with us in the future. In roughly 5 to 7 billion years, Andromeda and the Milky Way are expected to collide and merge into a single massive elliptical galaxy, though recent studies place the probability at somewhere between 50 and 90%, depending on the gravitational influence of other local group members. They are already approaching each other at approximately 250,000 miles per hour. This is not a distant hypothetical. It is a confirmed trajectory, measured through decades of spectroscopic observation. Two galactic empires, each spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, each containing hundreds of billions of stars, are locked in a slow gravitational embrace that has been tightening for billions of years. And the gap between them is still so enormous that their approach speed, impressive as it sounds, barely registers against the distance remaining. Yet even this galaxy, this neighbor, this partner, on a confirmed collision course with our own home, sits so far away that light needs 2.5 million years to bridge the distance. The photons entering your eye when you look at that faint smudge in the autumn sky left Andromeda's stars before the genus Homo existed on Earth. You are not seeing a galaxy as it is now. You are seeing a ghost, an image frozen in deep time, delivered across a void so wide that the entire history of human evolution fits comfortably inside the transit. Every step our ancestors took out of Africa, every language they invented, every empire they built and lost, every war they fought, every scientific revolution they sparked, all of it happened while those photons were still in transit, still crossing the emptiness between here and there. And Andromeda is just one member of our local galactic family. The Milky Way belongs to a gravitational association called the Local Group, a collection of galaxies bound together by their mutual gravitational attraction. As of the most recent surveys, the Local Group contains approximately 134 confirmed members. That might sound like a dense neighborhood. It is not. The vast majority of those members are tiny dwarf galaxies containing only a few billion or even a few million stars each. Many of them orbit the Milky Way or Andromeda as satellites, trapped in gravitational bondage like moons circling a planet. The third largest member, the Triangulum Galaxy, contains roughly 40 billion stars and sits about 2.7 million light-years from us. Beyond these three dominant spirals, the Local Group is mostly populated by dim, small, easily overlooked structures scattered across a volume of space, roughly 10 million light-years in diameter. 10 million light-years. That is the size of our so-called neighborhood. The distance across the Local Group, from one edge to the other, is approximately 100 times the diameter of the Milky Way itself. Imagine standing in your house and being told that the nearest house is 100 house lengths away, not 100 feet, 100 times the size of your entire home. That is the kind of spacing we are talking about, and this is the densest galactic environment anywhere near us. Within this vast volume, galaxies are not evenly distributed. They clump around the two gravitational anchors, the Milky Way and Andromeda, with a loose scattering of dwarfs filling the space between. Some of those dwarfs are so faint and so isolated that astronomers are still discovering them. A revised three-dimensional map of the Local Group, published in late 2025, catalogued 142 confirmed members and noted that discoveries continue at a steady pace, particularly of ultra-faint dwarf galaxies, hiding in the data from surveys like Gaia and the James Webb Space Telescope. The group's overall structure resembles a dumbbell, with one lobe of galaxies centered on the Milky Way and another centered on Andromeda, separated by roughly 2.5 million light-years of nearly empty space. Between those two lobes, a sparse scattering of isolated dwarfs drifts through the gravitational field of both giants, too small to anchor their own communities and too far from either center to feel truly at home. The space connecting those two lobes is not a bridge, it is a gulf, a region of near total emptiness that even the gravitationally bound members of this family must cross over timescales measured in billions of years. But here is the crucial thing about the local group that most people never consider. Even inside this gravitationally bound family, the distances between members are enormous. The Large Magellanic Cloud, one of the closest satellite galaxies to the Milky Way, sits roughly 160,000 light-years away. The Small Magellanic Cloud is about 200,000 light-years distant. These are satellites of our own galaxy, gravitationally bound to us, orbiting within our extended halo, and they are still so far away that light needs hundreds of thousands of years to make the trip. The Sagittarius Dwarf Elliptical Galaxy is closer, only about 70,000 light-years from our galactic center, but it is in the process of being torn apart by the Milky Way's tidal forces. It is not a neighbor so much as a victim, a galaxy being consumed by our own. Step beyond the satellites and the gaps widen dramatically. The next nearest significant galaxies after the Magellanic Clouds and the various dwarf satellites are objects like NGC 6822, an irregular galaxy roughly 1.6 million light-years away, and IC 1613, another irregular galaxy at about 2.4 million light-years. These are small systems, faint and unremarkable in cosmic terms, and they already sit at distances that make any concept of physical connection meaningless. A beam of light sent from the Milky Way to IC 1613 would arrive after 2.4 million years. A spacecraft traveling at the Parker Solar Probe's record speed would need roughly 4 billion years. These galaxies are our neighbors, part of our own gravitationally bound family, and reaching them is already functionally impossible. What people rarely grasp is how empty the space between these galaxies actually is. When you look at a map of the local group, the galaxies appear as labeled dots on a diagram. Your brain treats the diagram the same way it treats a road map. It sees dots connected by implied routes. It assumes the space between the dots is filled with something: roads, terrain, atmosphere, medium. But the space between galaxies is not filled with anything resembling a medium. It is filled with almost nothing. The interstellar space within our galaxy, the space between stars, is already extraordinarily empty. A typical region of interstellar space contains roughly 1 million hydrogen atoms per cubic meter. That sounds like a lot until you compare it to the air you are breathing right now, which contains approximately 25 trillion molecules per cubic meter. Interstellar space is a vacuum so profound that no laboratory on Earth has ever come close to replicating it. And yet, compared to the space between galaxies, interstellar space is practically dense. Intergalactic space contains approximately 1 atom per cubic meter. 1. In a volume of space the size of a washing machine, you would find a single hydrogen atom. The rest is void. Pure, featureless, uninterrupted nothingness stretching for millions of light years in every direction. The intergalactic medium, as astronomers call it, is one of the most rarefied environments in the known universe. According to measurements from the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, this material has a density less than a billionth of the density of air at sea level. That is not emptiness in the casual sense. That is emptiness so extreme it challenges the meaning of the word exist. Intergalactic space is roughly 1 million times emptier than the space between stars. That is not a gradual increase. That is a chasm. If interstellar space is a desert, intergalactic space is a desert the size of a continent with nothing in it but a single grain of sand. The jump from interstellar to intergalactic is not a step up the same ladder. It is a leap to a completely different category of emptiness, a void so extreme that it severs any physical or intuitive connection between the structures it separates. Think about what that density means in practical terms. If you could somehow scoop up all the matter in a cube of intergalactic space 1 million kilometers on a side, a cube large enough to swallow our sun several times over, you would collect a quantity of material so small it would be invisible to the naked eye. The void between galaxies is not just empty. It is a near-perfect vacuum on a scale that dwarfs anything in human experience. The best vacuum chambers on Earth, the ones used in semiconductor fabrication and particle physics, contain roughly 10 trillion molecules per cubic meter. Intergalactic space is 10 trillion times emptier than that. It is a void so thorough that it barely qualifies as part of the physical universe. And the temperature of this void does not help. The intergalactic medium, despite containing almost nothing, registers temperatures of millions of degrees. This sounds contradictory until you understand that temperature in physics describes the average kinetic energy of particles, not how hot something would feel. With so few particles per cubic meter, there is no meaningful transfer of heat. You could float in intergalactic space and freeze to death surrounded by particles technically hotter than the surface of the sun. The void between galaxies is simultaneously scorching and frozen, energetic and lifeless, technically filled and practically empty. It is a place where the normal categories of physical experience break down entirely, where the concepts of hot and cold, full and empty, lose their intuitive meanings and become technical labels applied to conditions no human was ever meant to encounter. This is the environment that separates every galaxy from every other galaxy. Not a corridor, not a passage, not a medium through which you could travel with sufficient technology. A wasteland of such staggering emptiness that it makes the vacuum between stars look like a crowded marketplace by comparison. And this wasteland extends for millions of light years between even the closest galactic neighbors. The reason this matters, the reason it transforms intergalactic distance from a number into a horror, is that the emptiness changes the nature of the separation. When we talk about distances within our galaxy, we are talking about gaps between objects embedded in a shared structure. Stars within the Milky Way are part of the same gravitational system. They orbit the same center. They are embedded in the same interstellar medium, the same magnetic fields, the same cosmic ray environment. A journey between two stars within our galaxy is a journey through something. Thin, sparse, unimaginably diffuse, but something. There is a continuity between origin and destination. They belong to the same place. Intergalactic space severs that continuity completely. The gap between the Milky Way and Andromeda is not a long hallway connecting two rooms. It is an ocean with no water. There is no shared structure, no continuous medium, no gravitational bridge you can follow from one galaxy to the next. The galaxies float in isolation, separated by voids so absolute that the word between barely captures the reality. It is not the space between two things, it is the absence of anything connecting them at all. And this is the local group. This is the tightest, most gravitationally intimate galactic association anywhere in our cosmic vicinity. These galaxies are bound to one another. They will eventually interact, merge, reshape one another through gravitational forces playing out over billions of years. If any galaxies in the universe can be called connected, it is these. And yet even here, even among gravitational partners confirmed to be falling toward each other, the distances are so large and the void so absolute that the concept of proximity loses all human meaning. Now consider what lies beyond. The local group is not the end of the story, it is the beginning. The nearest galaxy cluster of any significant size is the Virgo cluster, sitting roughly 54 million light-years away. That distance is more than 20 times the gap between the Milky Way and Andromeda. Beyond Virgo lie other clusters, other superclusters, other walls and filaments of galaxies stretching across hundreds of millions and billions of light-years. The observable universe contains an estimated 2 trillion galaxies spread across 93 billion light-years of cosmic diameter. Between all of those galaxies, threading through every gap, filling every void, lies the same intergalactic wasteland, the same near-perfect vacuum, the same atoms per cubic meter desolation stretching to horizons that light itself has not yet had time to reach. The photographs lied to you. The universe is not crowded, it is not full, it It is not a bustling metropolis of galaxies scattered across a navigable space. It is a scattering of isolated islands separated by oceans so wide and so empty that the islands might as well exist in separate realities. The galaxies are there. You can see them. You can photograph them. You can count them in the trillions. But the space between them turns every one of those galaxies into a prisoner of its own location, surrounded by a void so vast that even light, the fastest messenger in the cosmos, needs millions of years to carry a single photon from one shore to another. And what makes this truly terrifying is not the distance itself, it is what the distance implies. If the nearest major galaxy is already 2.5 million light years away, across a void containing 1 atom per cubic meter, then what does closeness even mean at this scale? What does neighborhood mean? What does connection mean? The local group is the most connected galactic environment we know, and its members are already so far apart that no signal, no spacecraft, no technology conceivable under current physics could bridge the gaps within any meaningful time frame. The universe did not scatter its galaxies carelessly. It arranged them in a pattern of isolation so extreme that even their gravitational partnerships play out across timescales measured in billions of years. The Milky Way and Andromeda are falling toward each other right now, confirmed and measured beyond any doubt, and they still will not meet for billions of years more despite already being locked in mutual gravitational attraction. 2 galaxies that the universe itself has bound together, 2 structures actively collapsing toward one another under the pull of mutual gravity, and they are still so far apart that their reunion will outlast the remaining life of our sun. That is the first shock. Galaxies that we call neighbors, galaxies visibly approaching one another, galaxies that may well collide, are still separated by chasms so wide that their merger requires more time than our star has left to burn. But the true emptiness between them, the nature of that void, the absence of anything filling the space they must cross, that is a story with far darker implications than most people are prepared to confront. And it begins with understanding what intergalactic space actually is, not as a concept on a diagram, not as a blank stretch on an artist's rendering, but as a physical environment more hostile, more barren, and more overwhelmingly empty than most people have ever been asked to imagine. So the distances have been established. Now forget the numbers. Forget the light years and the quintillions of miles. Instead, imagine you are there. You have been transported to a point in space exactly halfway between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy, roughly 1.25 million light years from either shore. You float in your suit. Your instruments work. Your eyes adjust. And what you see is nothing. Not nothing in the poetic sense. Not nothing in the way a dark room feels empty. Genuine structural nothing. There are no stars, not one. The nearest individual star in any direction is so far away that its light is too faint to register, even as a dim point. The Milky Way behind you would appear as a pale, hazy smudge, a ghostly oval smaller than your thumbnail held at arm's length. Andromeda ahead would look similar, a faint grey glow with no resolved detail. Between those 2 smudges, in every other direction you look, the sky is black. Not the comfortable darkness of a clear night on Earth where thousands of stars provide a canopy of light. An absolute, featureless, unyielding blackness that extends in every direction without interruption. No nebulae, no star clusters, no comets or planets, no milky band of galactic light. Just the void. Your instruments confirm what your eyes already suspect. There is functionally nothing here. The material surrounding you is so sparse that your senses register it as indistinguishable from a perfect vacuum. You could extend your arms in every direction and sweep through a volume of space larger than a building without your gloves touching a single atom. The loneliness of this place is not metaphorical. It is physical. It is baked into the atomic structure of the space itself. You are floating in the most desolate environment the universe can produce, and it stretches outward from your position for over 1 million light years in every direction before anything resembling structure begins to emerge. This is not a theoretical exercise. The conditions are real. If you could somehow survive the journey and arrive at this midpoint, the visual experience would be unlike anything a human being has ever confronted. On Earth, even in the darkest desert on the darkest night, your eyes can detect the Milky Way overhead, a faint band of combined starlight from billions of suns. In intergalactic space, that band is gone. There is no ambient glow from any direction except the two faint smudges of the galaxies themselves. The cosmic microwave background radiation, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang, permeates the space around you, but its wavelength is far too long for human eyes to detect. As far as your senses are concerned, you exist in a darkness more complete than anything that occurs naturally on any planet orbiting any star. You could wait 1 billion years in this location and nothing would change. No star would drift close enough to become visible. No nebula would form. No light would appear. The void is patient and permanent. This is intergalactic space, not a gap, not a pause between interesting things. A place, an environment with its own physical properties, its own character, its own terrifying identity. And understanding what this place actually is, understanding what fills it and what does not, is the key to grasping why the distance between galaxies is not merely large, but qualitatively different from any other kind of cosmic separation. The intergalactic medium is not truly empty in the absolute sense. Physicists discovered decades ago that the space between galaxies contains a thin, diffuse material spread across the cosmic volume. This material has a name, the warm, hot intergalactic medium, and it is one of the most elusive substances in the observable universe. Cosmological simulations predicted its existence long before anyone detected it directly. The models showed that as the universe evolved and galaxies formed, enormous quantities of ordinary matter should have been shock-heated during the process of gravitational collapse. Gas falling toward the dense regions of the cosmos would slam into other infalling gas at tremendous speeds, generating shock waves that heated the material to temperatures between 100,000 and 10 million degrees. This heated plasma would then settle into the filamentary structure of the cosmic web, threading between galaxies in vast, tenuous streams, too hot to form stars and too diffuse to glow visibly. For years, this material was essentially missing. Astronomers could account for the ordinary matter locked inside galaxies, inside stars, inside planets and gas clouds. They could measure the matter in galaxy clusters, where hot gas glows in X-rays. But when they added it all up, roughly half the ordinary matter the universe should contain was unaccounted for. The numbers from the cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the Big Bang, told scientists exactly how much normal matter the universe produced. The numbers from direct observation told them where only about half of it ended up. The rest had vanished into the void between galaxies. The warm, hot intergalactic medium was the answer. In 2018, observations of highly ionized oxygen atoms in the spectra of distant quasars provided strong evidence that this diffuse plasma exists along the lines of sight between Earth and faraway light sources. In 2020, measurements of dispersion from fast radio bursts, brief pulses of radio energy from distant galaxies, further confirmed that the missing ordinary matter resides in the intergalactic medium, spread across the cosmic web in quantities consistent with theoretical predictions. Roughly 40 to 50% of all the normal matter in the universe, every proton, every neutron, every electron that is not already inside a galaxy, appears to be suspended in this hot, impossibly thin haze stretching between the structures of the cosmos. And here is the part that makes this discovery so devastating for any hope that intergalactic space might be less empty than it appears. Even with all that missing matter accounted for, even with half the universe's ordinary atoms distributed through the intergalactic medium, the density remains staggeringly low. The warm, hot intergalactic medium is expected to contain between 1 and 10 particles per cubic meter in its densest filamentary regions. In the deep voids between those filaments, the density drops even lower. You could fill a volume of intergalactic space equal to the entire Earth, and the total mass of ordinary matter inside that sphere would weigh less than a large commercial aircraft. The missing baryons are not missing because they are hiding somewhere dense. They are missing because they are spread so unimaginably thin that detecting them at all required decades of technological advancement and some of the most sensitive instruments ever built. To appreciate the scale of this thinness, consider a comparison. The air in the room where you are sitting right now contains roughly 25 trillion molecules in every cubic meter. A cubic meter of interstellar space inside the Milky Way contains about 1 million particles. A cubic meter in the densest part of the warm-hot intergalactic medium, inside a cosmic filament, contains perhaps 10 particles. And in the deep voids between filaments, even that sparse population fades toward fractions of a single particle per cubic meter. The progression from breathable air to intergalactic void represents a decrease in density spanning roughly 25 orders of magnitude. That is a factor of 10 trillion. No analogy can faithfully capture a ratio that large. It is like comparing the mass of the sun to the mass of a single bacterium, and then saying the bacterium is too heavy. The warm, hot intergalactic medium does not make the void between galaxies feel any less empty. It makes it feel more tragic. The universe took half its ordinary matter and smeared it across volumes so vast that the matter became functionally invisible. It heated this material to millions of degrees and then dispersed it so thinly that it cannot form anything. No stars, no planets, no chemistry, no structure. Just an ethereal plasma haunting the darkness between galaxies, like a ghost of the matter that might have been something if it had not been scattered across an emptiness too large to allow it to collapse. But the warm, hot intergalactic medium is only the luminous fraction, the ordinary matter component. The majority of mass between galaxies is not ordinary matter at all. It is dark matter. Invisible, undetectable by any electromagnetic instrument, interacting with ordinary matter only through gravity. It constitutes roughly 85% of all matter in the universe, outweighing ordinary atoms by a ratio of roughly 5-1. Yet despite its dominance, it remains completely invisible to every telescope ever built. Dark matter forms the scaffolding upon which the entire visible universe is built, and its distribution reveals something profound about the architecture of cosmic emptiness. Dark matter does not scatter randomly through space. It organized itself very early in the universe's history into a vast three-dimensional network that cosmologists call the cosmic web. This structure is not a metaphor. It is a physical reality confirmed through decades of observation, simulation, and gravitational lensing measurements. The cosmic web consists of 4 distinct components, each playing a specific role in the architecture of the universe. Dense nodes sit at the intersections where multiple streams of matter converge. These nodes are where galaxy clusters form, the largest gravitationally bound structures in existence, containing thousands of galaxies and masses, equivalent to quadrillions of suns. Connecting the nodes are filaments, long, thin threads of dark matter and gas that stretch across tens or hundreds of millions of light years. These filaments serve as the highways of cosmic structure, channeling matter from low-density regions toward the dense nodes where galaxy clusters grow. Where filaments intersect at broad angles, they form walls, sheet-like concentrations of galaxies and dark matter that can extend across hundreds of millions of light years while remaining remarkably thin in the perpendicular direction. And then there are the voids. Cosmic voids are the dominant feature of the universe. They are not small gaps between clusters. They are enormous, roughly spherical regions of space where the density of matter drops far below the cosmic average. Typical voids measure between 30 and 300 million light-years across. The largest confirmed supervoids exceed 300 million light-years in diameter, and collectively, they account for approximately 80% of the total volume of the observable universe. 80%. That number deserves to be repeated because it redefines what the universe fundamentally is. When you look at a photograph of the cosmos and see galaxies scattered across the frame, you are seeing the 20%, the bright parts, the exceptions, the thin walls and narrow filaments where matter managed to concentrate. The other 80%, the overwhelming majority of the universe by volume, is void, empty, dark, structureless. The universe is not a room full of galaxies. It is an ocean of emptiness with galaxies clinging to its surface like foam on the waves. The Botez Void is one of the starkest examples of this cosmic architecture, discovered in 1981 by astronomer Robert Kirshner and his team during a survey of galactic redshifts. The Botez Void is a roughly spherical region of space, approximately 330 million light-years in diameter. It sits about 700 million light-years from Earth in the direction of the constellation Boötes. Inside this enormous volume, astronomers have found approximately 60 galaxies. 60, in a region where the cosmic average would predict roughly 2,000. The Botez Void is so empty that if the Milky Way sat at its center, humans would not have discovered the existence of other galaxies until the 1960s. When telescope technology finally became powerful enough to detect objects at the distances required to see beyond the void's boundaries. For most of human history, looking out from the center of the Botez Void, the sky would have appeared to contain nothing but our own stars. The universe beyond would have been invisible. The very concept of other galaxies would have seemed absurd. The few galaxies that do exist inside the Botez Void are clustered in a thin, tube-shaped region running through its center, as though they were clinging to one final thread of structure within the emptiness. These void galaxies tend to be small, isolated, and slowly evolving. Without nearby neighbors to interact with, without the gravitational collisions and mergers that drive evolution in denser environments, they drift through the void in a state of cosmic stasis. They are among the loneliest objects in the known universe. Think about what that means for the history of science. The entire revolution in human understanding that began with Edwin Hubble's discovery that the universe contains other galaxies, a discovery that shattered humanity's belief that the Milky Way was the entirety of existence, would never have occurred. A civilization inside the Botez Void would have looked outward and seen nothing beyond its own galaxy. Its cosmology would have stalled at the threshold of the greatest truth in astronomy, because the universe around it was too empty to reveal that truth. The void would not just isolate a galaxy physically, it would isolate it intellectually, hiding the very existence of the larger cosmos behind a wall of emptiness too deep for telescopes to penetrate. The Botez Void is not unique. It is simply one of the largest known examples. The universe is riddled with voids of varying sizes. The KBC Void, the structure in which our own Milky Way appears to reside, stretches approximately 2 billion light-years across, with a density roughly 20% lower than the cosmic average. The local void, an emptier region adjacent to our own galactic neighborhood, extends roughly 200 million light-years and has been shown to influence the motion of our galaxy, pushing us away from its center at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour. Wherever astronomers point their instruments and map the three-dimensional distribution of galaxies, they find the same pattern. Matter concentrates into thin filaments and walls, and between those structures lie enormous bubbles of almost nothing. The way these voids formed tells a story about the universe's fundamental character. In the first few 100,000 years after the Big Bang, matter was distributed almost uniformly across all of space. Almost, but not perfectly. Tiny quantum fluctuations in the density of the infant universe, variations of roughly 1 part in 100,000, created regions that were ever so slightly denser or slightly less dense than average. Gravity took over from there. Regions with slightly more matter pulled in additional material from their surroundings, growing denser over time. Regions with slightly less matter lost material to their denser neighbors, becoming emptier. Over billions of years, this process of gravitational instability amplified those minuscule initial differences into the dramatic cosmic web we observe today. Dense regions collapsed into the filaments and nodes where galaxies formed. Underdense regions expanded into the voids. The cosmic web is gravity's autobiography, written in the distribution of matter across the largest scales the universe can offer. The quantum fluctuations that seeded the voids were unimaginably small. A variation of 1 part in 100,000 is so slight that if you represented the average density of the early universe as a perfectly flat lake, the fluctuations would correspond to ripples less than a millimeter high on a surface stretching from one end of the Earth to the other. Yet those infinitesimal ripples, amplified by gravity over 13.8 billion years of cosmic evolution, became the voids and filaments and clusters that define the structure of everything we can observe. The largest empty spaces in the universe trace their origin to the smallest possible variations in the density of the newborn cosmos. But what makes this architecture so isolating is the relationship between the structures and the voids. Galaxies do not sit in the middle of comfortable volumes of space surrounded by other galaxies at manageable distances. They perch on the edges of enormous empty bubbles. The filaments where galaxies concentrate are thin. Cosmological surveys show that typical filaments measure only about 20 million light years in width, while stretching across hundreds of millions of light years in length. They are cosmic threads, disproportionately long and impossibly narrow compared to the voids they border. A galaxy sitting on one side of a void and looking across to the nearest filament on the other side might face a journey of 100 million light years or more through a region containing almost no matter at all. And the voids are not passive, they are growing. Cosmic expansion stretches all of space, but the effect is most dramatic in regions where there is little gravity to resist it. In dense filaments and galaxy clusters, gravitational attraction slows or halts the expansion locally. Galaxies and clusters remain gravitationally bound to one another. But inside voids, where matter is sparse and gravity is weak, dark energy drives accelerating expansion essentially unopposed. Voids are expanding faster than the cosmic average. They are growing larger, becoming emptier, and pushing galaxies on their borders farther apart. The cosmic web is not a static structure. It is a dynamic architecture in which the voids are winning. The empty spaces are consuming an ever greater share of the cosmic volume, and the filaments between them are slowly thinning. This means the isolation between galaxies is not a fixed condition. It is worsening. The voids that separate galaxies today will be larger tomorrow, and larger still a billion years from now. The filaments that connect clusters will stretch thinner. The walls that border the voids will become more diffuse. Dark energy is reshaping the cosmic web in real time, slowly dissolving the connections between structures and enlarging the empty spaces that divide them. The universe is not merely empty, it is becoming emptier. The architecture of isolation is deepening with every passing era of cosmic time. This is the environment that intergalactic distance must be understood within. The gap between galaxies is not a featureless blank space of uniform emptiness. It is a structured emptiness, organized by the cosmic web into regions of varying desolation. Some directions from any given galaxy lead along a filament, where the next galaxy might be found within a few million light years, close by intergalactic standards. Other directions lead straight into a void, where the nearest galaxy in that direction might be tens or hundreds of millions of light years away. The universe is anisotropic in its isolation. Depending on which way you look from any given galaxy, the depth of the emptiness changes dramatically. Consider what this means for a galaxy sitting on the edge of a supervoid. That galaxy looks outward in one direction and sees the filament it belongs to, a thin ribbon of light and matter stretching toward the nearest cluster. In the other direction, it sees nothing. A gulf of emptiness extending for hundreds of millions of light years. No stars, no galaxies, no structure of any kind. Just an expanding void that grows larger with every passing moment. The galaxy is not surrounded by other galaxies. It is half surrounded by a thin band of structure and half surrounded by an abyss. Even within the filaments themselves, the spacing between galaxies is not what most people imagine. Galaxies in a typical filament are separated by distances measured in millions of light years. They do not cluster tightly like beads on a string. They are spread along the filament with enormous gaps between them. Gaps that are small compared to the voids on either side, but still impossibly large by any human measure. A galaxy traveling along a filament toward the nearest cluster would pass through millions of light years of thinning gas and dark matter before reaching the next significant concentration of stars. The filament provides a direction but not a road. It is a vague gravitational guideline stretching across distances that would take light millions of years to traverse. The cosmic web also reveals why intergalactic space feels qualitatively harsher than the space between stars. Within a galaxy, stars are separated by light years, but they are embedded in a shared gravitational structure. They orbit a common center. They are bathed in the same radiation field, the same magnetic environment, the same interstellar medium. The space between stars is empty compared to planetary surfaces, but it is rich compared to what lies between galaxies. The interstellar medium contains gas, dust, cosmic rays, magnetic fields, and the faint glow of starlight from billions of surrounding suns. It is a medium in the truest sense, a substance through which energy and matter can propagate, interact, and evolve. The intergalactic medium has none of this richness. There is no starlight in the deep void between galaxies, no magnetic field strong enough to shape particle motion over meaningful distances, no dust to scatter or absorb radiation, no cosmic rays at significant densities. The faint, warm, hot plasma that threads through the filaments is too diffuse to constitute an environment in any meaningful sense. It cannot carry sound, it cannot transmit pressure waves, it cannot sustain chemistry. It is matter in name only, a population of particles so sparse that each atom exists in effective isolation from every other atom, separated by distances that might as well be infinite on any atomic scale. This is why the jump from interstellar to intergalactic is not a quantitative increase, but a qualitative transformation. Inside a galaxy, you are in a place. Between galaxies, you are in an absence. The material conditions change so drastically that the physics governing your environment shifts from the familiar to the extreme. Inside a galaxy, gravity dominates locally, pulling matter together, forming stars, building structure. In the deep intergalactic void, dark energy dominates. Gravity is too weak to organize anything. Expansion is all that happens. Matter does not clump. Structure does not form. The void simply grows, stretching the already thin material ever thinner, pushing the already distant walls ever farther away. And this transformation happens not at some exotic boundary far from galactic shores. It begins almost immediately. Step outside the gravitational influence of the Milky Way. Cross beyond the virial radius where matter is no longer bound to our galaxy. And within a relatively short distance by cosmic standards, you enter a regime where the rules change. The interstellar medium thins. The stellar density drops to zero. The gravitational influence of the galaxy fades. And you find yourself in the intergalactic medium, an environment governed not by the familiar forces that build worlds and stars, but by the slow, implacable expansion of space itself. The cosmic web makes one more thing devastatingly clear. The universe's emptiness is not an accident. It is not a temporary condition that will resolve as galaxies spread out and fill the gaps. The voids exist because the physics of the universe requires them. Gravity creates structure by pulling matter out of underdense regions and concentrating it into overdense ones. The very process that builds galaxies and clusters also evacuates the space between them. You cannot have one without the other. Every filament exists because a void was emptied to create it. Every galaxy shines because the matter that forms its stars was pulled from a region that was left darker and more barren as a result. The structure and the emptiness are two expressions of the same gravitational process. They are inseparable, and the emptiness always wins on volume. 80% of the universe is void. The other 20% is structure, and most of that structure is thin filaments barely holding their territory against the expanding darkness on either side. Galaxies are not sprinkled across the universe like sugar on a table. They are stranded on the narrow ridges of a vast foam, separated by bubbles of emptiness so large that the ridges themselves seem fragile and impermanent by comparison. The Milky Way sits on one such ridge, part of a filament connected to a wall connected to a supercluster, and on either side of that thin line of structure yawn voids that dwarf everything we have ever seen or mapped or named. This is the architecture of the universe, not a crowded ballroom of galaxies dancing at conversational distances, a foam of darkness punctuated by thin films of matter, where galaxies cling to the surfaces of enormous empty bubbles and look out across gulfs so wide that even light, traveling since before our species existed, has not yet crossed them. The emptiness is not a bug in the cosmic design, it is the design. The voids are not holes in the structure, they are the structure. And the galaxies, for all their billions of stars and all their trillions of planets, are just a thin, luminous residue clinging to the edges of an architecture built primarily from nothing. What this means for any hope of crossing from one galaxy to another, what it implies for communication, for travel, for any form of cosmic connection between the islands of light, is a question with answers that grow darker at every scale. And those answers begin to emerge when you stop asking how far it is and start asking what it would actually take to get there. There is a moment in every confrontation with intergalactic distance where the mind shifts from understanding to surrender. The numbers have been established. The emptiness has been described. But what truly breaks human intuition is not the distance or the void. It is the realization that no amount of technology, no feat of engineering, no breakthrough in physics as we currently understand it, can overcome what the universe has placed between its galaxies. Intergalactic distance does not merely make travel difficult. It makes travel, communication, and contact functionally impossible across the overwhelming majority of the cosmos. And the reason goes deeper than most people suspect, because the universe is not simply large, it is actively working against any attempt to cross the gaps. Start with the most generous scenario imaginable. Forget the limitations of current technology. Forget chemical rockets, ion drives, solar sails. Imagine that a civilization has solved every engineering challenge and built a spacecraft capable of traveling at a significant fraction of the speed of light, say 90%. This is not a realistic prospect for humanity in the foreseeable future, but granted anyway for the sake of argument. A ship moving at 90% of light speed would be the most extraordinary machine ever conceived. It would cross the distance from Earth to the Sun in about 9 minutes. It would leave the solar system in hours. It would reach the nearest star in under 5 years. Now point that ship toward the Andromeda Galaxy and fire the engines. At 90% of the speed of light, the journey to Andromeda would take approximately 2.8 million years, as measured by an observer watching from Earth. The ship itself, thanks to relativistic time dilation, would experience a shorter journey. At 90% of light speed, the dilation factor compresses onboard time by roughly a factor of 2.3. The crew, if somehow kept alive, would experience the passage of about 1.2 million years. This is not a rounding error. It is a duration that exceeds the entire span of the genus Homo on Earth. Every human ancestor who ever lived, from the first toolmakers to the last person born before the ship launched, would fit inside a fraction of the onboard travel time. The journey does not merely exceed a human lifetime, it exceeds the lifetime of the entire human lineage. What if the ship traveled faster? At 99% of the speed of light, time dilation compresses the onboard experience more aggressively, by a factor of about 7. The crew would experience roughly 350,000 years, still an eternity, still longer than modern humans have existed. At 99.9% of light speed, the dilation factor rises to about 22, reducing onboard time to approximately 113,000 years. Better, but still a span during which entire civilizations could rise, flourish, collapse, and be forgotten dozens of times over. Even at 99.99% of light speed, a velocity so extreme that the energy required to achieve it verges on the total mass energy of the spacecraft itself. The crew would still experience tens of thousands of years of travel. No version of this calculation produces a human-scale journey. The distance is simply too enormous for even the most extreme relativistic effects to compress it into anything manageable. And this is the optimistic case. This assumes a ship traveling at a velocity that would require energy inputs beyond anything physics currently allows on practical scales. Accelerating even a modest spacecraft to 90% of light speed demands energy quantities that dwarf the total output of human civilization. The kinetic energy of a single kilogram of matter moving at that speed is approximately 117 quadrillion joules. For a spacecraft large enough to carry fuel, shielding, and any form of life support, the energy budget climbs toward values that can only be expressed in terms of stellar output. You would need to capture and convert a meaningful fraction of an entire star's energy to accelerate a ship to the speed required for an intergalactic crossing, and then capture and convert it again to decelerate on the other side. The engineering is not merely difficult, it sits at the boundary between ambitious and physically absurd. To put the energy problem in concrete terms, the total energy consumption of all human civilization in a single year is approximately 580 exajoules. Accelerating a modest 10,000 kilogram spacecraft to 90% of light speed would require roughly 1.2 times 10 to the 21st joules, an amount equivalent to more than 2,000 years of total human energy production. For a ship massive enough to sustain a crew, the figure climbs by orders of magnitude. And this calculation assumes perfect efficiency, no waste heat, no losses, every joule of energy converted directly into kinetic motion. Real propulsion systems are nowhere near that efficient. The gap between what we can build and what intergalactic travel demands is not a gap that incremental improvement can close. It is a chasm that requires fundamentally new physics to even begin to address. But even if that problem were solved, even if a civilization harnessed the energy of its star and built the impossible ship, the journey itself would render the mission meaningless in almost every practical sense. At 90% of light speed, the ship would arrive at Andromeda after more than 1 million years of onboard time. No biological organism known to science can survive a duration remotely approaching that span. No mechanical system built from known materials can remain functional across geological timescales without maintenance, repair, and replacement. The ship would need to be not a vessel but a self-sustaining world, capable of enduring longer than most species persist on Earth. It would need to carry not passengers, but a civilization, one that could reproduce, evolve, and maintain its technological infrastructure across thousands of generations. The crew that arrived at Andromeda would bear no meaningful resemblance to the crew that departed. They would be a different species, shaped by 1 million years of isolated evolution in a metal shell crossing the void. And the civilization they left behind would be gone. 2.8 million years would pass on Earth between departure and arrival. Whatever culture launched the ship would have transformed beyond recognition, or vanished entirely long before the first signal came back. There would be no one to receive the report, no one to celebrate the achievement. The ship would arrive at a galaxy full of 1 trillion unfamiliar stars, carrying the descendants of a civilization that no longer existed, reporting to a home that had forgotten they were coming. The distance does not just separate locations, it separates eras. It turns every intergalactic journey into a one-way trip through time as well as space. This is the scenario for the nearest large galaxy. Andromeda is the easiest target. It is the closest major spiral, the best case mission. For galaxies beyond the local group, the numbers escalate into outright absurdity. The Virgo cluster sits 54 million light-years away. At 90% of light speed, the journey would take 60 million years as measured from Earth, and roughly 26 million years on board. The Coma cluster, a rich concentration of galaxies, lies 320 million light-years distant. The trip would consume over 350 million years, a duration stretching back to the early Carboniferous period on Earth, an era when shallow seas covered much of the continents, and the earliest four-limbed creatures were still adapting to life beyond the water's edge. No one is crossing that distance. No technology alters the fundamental temporal cost of crossing 320 million light years of expanding void. But the truly devastating blow to intergalactic travel does not come from distance or energy or time dilation. It comes from the universe itself. Space is expanding, not metaphorically, not in the sense that galaxies are flying apart through a static void. The fabric of space-time is stretching, increasing the distance between all points that are not gravitationally bound together. Every second, the space between galaxies grows. Every moment, the void gets wider. And the farther away a galaxy is, the faster the space between it and us expands. This relationship was first described by Edwin Hubble in 1929 and is now called Hubble's law. It states that the recession velocity of a galaxy is proportional to its distance. The proportionality constant, the Hubble constant, currently measures approximately 67 to 73 kilometers per second per megaparsec, depending on which measurement technique is used. The exact value remains a subject of active scientific debate known as the Hubble tension, but the implications of the law itself are not in dispute. For every megaparsec of distance, roughly 3.26 million light years, the recession velocity of a galaxy increases by approximately 70 kilometers per second. At first glance, this seems modest, 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec, but the effect compounds with distance. A galaxy 10 megaparsecs away recedes at 700 kilometers per second. A galaxy 100 megaparsecs away recedes at 7,000 kilometers per second. A galaxy 1,000 megaparsecs away recedes at 70,000 kilometers per second. And the speed of light is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. This means that at a distance of roughly 14 billion light years, the recession velocity of a galaxy equals the speed of light. Beyond that distance, galaxies recede faster than light. This does not violate Einstein's theory of relativity. Relativity prohibits objects from moving through space faster than light. It says nothing about space itself, stretching at any rate it pleases. Galaxies beyond the Hubble radius are not moving through space at superluminal velocities. They are sitting relatively still in their local patch of space-time, while the space between us and them expands faster than light can cross it. The distinction is technical, but the consequence is absolute. You might assume this means those galaxies are forever beyond our reach, but the physics is more subtle and ultimately more devastating. Many of the galaxies we observe today were receding faster than light when they emitted the photons now reaching our telescopes. In a decelerating universe, light from beyond the Hubble radius could eventually catch up as expansion slowed. But our universe is not decelerating. It is accelerating. Dark energy ensures the expansion speeds up rather than slowing down. And that acceleration creates a grimmer boundary. The cosmic event horizon is the true line of no return. The distance beyond which light emitted now will never reach us, no matter how long the universe endures. It currently sits at approximately 16 to 18 billion light years. That sounds like it encompasses a vast volume of space. It does not. The observable universe extends 46.5 billion light years in every direction. The reachable universe, the portion we could theoretically still touch if we departed at light speed right now, is a small bubble inside that larger sphere. Current estimates suggest that only about 6% of the galaxies within the observable universe remain theoretically reachable. The other 94% are already gone. They are receding too fast. Space between us and them is expanding too rapidly. Even light cannot catch them. They are visible but untouchable, observable but permanently isolated from any form of contact. 94%. Out of the estimated 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe, approximately 1.9 trillion of them are already beyond the reach of any signal, any ship, any message we could ever send. Even at the speed of light, even starting today, they exist. We can see them. Their light is still arriving. Photons that began their journey billions of years ago when the galaxies were closer and the expansion had not yet carried them past the horizon of reachability. But those galaxies, as they exist right now, are forever beyond our reach. The light we see from them is a fossil, a record of where they used to be when the universe was younger and smaller. The galaxies themselves have long since crossed the boundary into permanent isolation. To make that number visceral, consider that the Milky Way alone contains somewhere between 200 billion and 400 billion stars. It is one galaxy. The 1.9 trillion galaxies we can never reach contain, collectively, somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 sextillion stars. Each of those stars may host planets. Each of those planets may harbor conditions suitable for chemistry, for biology, for the emergence of life or intelligence, and every single one of them is forever sealed behind a horizon of expanding space that no signal, no ship, no thought experiment can penetrate. Whatever exists out there, whatever civilizations may have arisen, whatever wonders may have been built, they are as inaccessible to us as if they existed in a separate universe entirely. In every practical sense, they do, and the situation is getting worse. Dark energy, the mysterious force driving the acceleration of cosmic expansion, ensures that the reachable universe shrinks with every passing moment. Galaxies that are currently within the cosmic event horizon will eventually cross beyond it as the expansion carries them farther away. With every year that passes, hundreds of millions of additional stars slip beyond the reachability threshold. Entire galaxies are crossing the boundary and vanishing from the set of objects we could ever theoretically contact. The reachable universe is not stable. It is contracting, slowly but relentlessly, as dark energy pushes the cosmos apart at an accelerating rate. The endpoint of this process is total isolation. Current models project that within 100 to 150 billion years, every galaxy outside the local group will have receded beyond the cosmic event horizon permanently. The Milky Way, Andromeda, and the rest of our gravitationally bound family will have merged into a single structure, surrounded by an expanding darkness that no telescope could ever penetrate. What that final loneliness will look like, what it will mean for any civilization that inherits it, is a question that demands its own reckoning. This process has a name among cosmologists. They call it the shrinking of the cosmic horizon. It is one of the most counterintuitive predictions of modern cosmology. In our everyday experience, horizons expand as we climb higher or move faster. From the top of a mountain, you can see farther. In a faster airplane, you can reach more destinations. The cosmic horizon does the opposite. As time passes, the boundary of what we can reach contracts rather than expands. The universe gets bigger, but our accessible share of it gets smaller. We are not exploring an expanding frontier. We are watching a closing door. This future is not speculative. It is the direct consequence of observations we have already confirmed. Dark energy is real. Cosmic acceleration is measured. The expansion rate is known. The math leads to one conclusion. The universe is systematically cutting off every connection between its largest structures. One by one, galaxy by galaxy, the cosmos is isolating itself, dismantling the bridges of light that currently allow us to see across billions of light years and replacing them with an expanding darkness that no signal can penetrate. Now consider what this means for communication. Even within the small fraction of the universe that remains reachable, sending a message to the nearest large galaxy, Andromeda, would take 2.5 million years at the speed of light. A response, if anyone were listening, would take another 2.5 million years to return. A single round-trip exchange would consume 5 million years. No conversation is possible. No negotiation. No cultural exchange. No alliance. No warning. A communication delay turns every interaction into a monologue, delivered to an audience that may not exist by the time the words arrive. For galaxies beyond the local group, the situation is qualitatively worse. A message sent to the Virgo cluster would take 54 million years to arrive. By the time a reply could return, 108 million years would have elapsed. A message to the Coma cluster would take over 600 million years for a round trip. These are not communication timescales. They are geological timescales. They are intervals long enough for entire branches of the evolutionary tree to appear and go extinct. They are long enough for continents to reshape themselves, for oceans to open and close, for the very chemistry of Earth's atmosphere to transform. Sending a radio signal to a galaxy 300 million light years away is not like mailing a letter to a distant country. It is like carving a message on a stone and burying it for a future species to find after your entire civilization has been forgotten. And even this grim picture understates the problem, because the messages themselves face an additional enemy. Cosmic expansion stretches the wavelength of any signal in transit. A radio transmission sent at a specific frequency will arrive at its destination with a longer wavelength and lower energy than it started with. Over millions or billions of light years of travel through expanding space, this redshift accumulates. A signal that began as a tight, coherent radio beam will arrive as a faint, stretched whisper at frequencies that may not even be detectable by the receiving civilization's instruments. Assuming any such civilization exists and is listening, the expansion of space does not merely delay the message, it degrades it. Over sufficient distances, it erases the message entirely, stretching the signal to wavelength so long that it becomes indistinguishable from the background noise of the cosmos. Consider a practical example. If a civilization in the Virgo cluster transmitted a powerful radio signal toward us today, at a frequency of 1000 megahertz, the signal would arrive at Earth in 54 million years. But during that transit, the expansion of space would stretch the signal's wavelength. Over 54 million light years of expanding space, the redshift would be small but measurable. For more distant galaxies, the effect becomes crippling. A signal from a galaxy 1 billion light years away would arrive with its wavelength stretched by roughly 7%. A signal from 5 billion light years away would arrive stretched by roughly 40%. A signal from 10 billion light years would arrive with its wavelength more than doubled. At some point, the stretching pushes the signal below the noise floor of any detector. The universe does not merely make long-distance calls expensive, it garbles them into silence. The universe, it turns out, is not just large and empty, it is actively hostile to connection. Every mechanism that could theoretically link one galaxy to another, travel, signaling, observation, faces a barrier that is not technological but structural. The expansion of space ensures that the vast majority of galaxies are permanently beyond contact. The energy requirements of near light speed travel ensure that even nearby galaxies require civilizational sacrifice to reach. The time delays ensure that even successful communication spans intervals longer than species typically survive, and the redshift ensures that signals degrade and eventually vanish into the noise. This transforms the meaning of intergalactic distance. It is not a challenge to be overcome. It is a feature of the universe's design. The cosmos does not want its galaxies to be connected. That phrasing is anthropomorphic and imprecise, but it captures something real about the physics. The laws of nature, as we understand them, do not permit meaningful interaction between galaxies separated by cosmological distances. The speed of light sets an upper limit on how fast information can travel. The expansion of space ensures that most distances grow faster than that limit. Dark energy guarantees that the growth will accelerate. Together, these constraints create a universe that is not merely large but structurally partitioned, divided into islands of matter surrounded by expanding voids that no technology can bridge. The local group is our island. The Milky Way, Andromeda, Triangulum, and approximately 130 smaller galaxies comprise our gravitationally bound family. These galaxies are close enough and massive enough that their mutual gravitational attraction overcomes the cosmic expansion. They will not fly apart. They will not recede beyond the cosmic event horizon. Over the next several billion years, they will merge, interact, exchange stars and gas, and eventually collapse into a single enormous galaxy. This merged structure will be our permanent home, the only galactic community we will ever belong to. Everything else is leaving. The Virgo cluster, the nearest major galaxy cluster, is gravitationally unbound from the local group. cosmic expansion is carrying it away. The Laniakea supercluster, the immense structure to which the local group belongs, is not a gravitationally bound system despite its name. It is a flow pattern, a region where galaxies are moving toward a common gravitational attractor, but the expansion of space will eventually overwhelm even those flows. The galaxies of Laniakea will drift apart. The supercluster will dissolve. The nodes and filaments of the cosmic web will thin and stretch and eventually snap as dark energy tears the connections between them. The universe's large-scale structure is temporary. The cosmic web is not a permanent architecture. It is a phase, a transient arrangement of matter that exists only because the universe is still young enough for gravity to compete with expansion. In the deep future, expansion wins. The web dissolves. The galaxies disperse, and each gravitationally bound island finds itself alone in an ocean of darkness that grows wider every second. This is not a failure of ambition. It is not a consequence of insufficient technology. It is a structural property of reality. The universe was not built for intergalactic connection. It was built with rules that guarantee intergalactic isolation. The speed of light creates a maximum velocity. The expansion of space creates a minimum rate at which distances grow. Dark energy creates a floor beneath which the expansion cannot fall. These three constraints, woven into the deepest physics of the cosmos, produce a universe in which galaxies are born into isolation and remain there forever. The distance between them is not a problem to be solved. It is a sentence to be served. What we observe today, the filaments and clusters and walls that seem to give the universe its shape, will not last. The forces holding them together are already losing ground to the forces pulling them apart. And what that unraveling will ultimately leave behind is something far lonelier than even the present emptiness suggests. This is the scale that breaks everything. Not merely a large distance, not merely a challenging engineering problem, a structural feature of reality that renders most of the cosmos permanently inaccessible. The gaps between galaxies are not gaps that could be crossed with better engines or more time. They are walls built from the expansion of space-time itself, growing higher and thicker with every passing era, sealing each galaxy behind a horizon that no signal can penetrate and no ship can cross. The universe contains 2 trillion galaxies. We can reach roughly 6% of them, and that number is shrinking. Every day, the reachable cosmos contracts by a volume containing millions of stars. Every century, entire galaxies cross the threshold from theoretically accessible to permanently lost. The universe is not opening up to exploration. It is closing down. It is pulling its galaxies apart, stretching the connections between them until they snap, and leaving each island of matter stranded in a void that grows without limit. The real question is no longer how far it is between galaxies. The real question is what it means to live in a cosmos where the distances between structures are not merely large but actively growing, where the very fabric of reality conspires to isolate every galaxy from every other galaxy, and where the most fundamental laws of physics guarantee that this isolation will only deepen with time. That question belongs to the final reckoning, and its answer is not comforting. Everything you have heard so far has been factual. The distances are real, the emptiness is measured, the expansion is confirmed, the unreachability is calculated from the most fundamental equations in physics. None of it is speculation, none of it is exaggeration. The universe really is this empty, this vast, this structurally hostile to connection between its largest inhabitants. And now it is time to sit with what that means. The human mind is built to find patterns, to detect relationships, to assume that visible things are connected to one another. We see a sky full of stars and we draw lines between them, inventing constellations, imagining a ceiling of light that wraps around us like a blanket. We see photographs of galaxies scattered across deep field images, and we imagine a cosmos buzzing with proximity, a universe where the distance between objects is large but fundamentally navigable, a place where the sheer abundance of galaxies implies some form of cosmic togetherness. 2 trillion galaxies, Surely a universe with 2 trillion galaxies is a full universe. Surely it is a connected universe. Surely the existence of so many structures means that isolation is impossible at the grandest scale. The word galaxy itself comes from the Greek for milk, a reference to the pale band of the Milky Way. For most of human history, we did not even know that other galaxies existed. The idea that the universe contained structures beyond our own was confirmed barely a century ago. We have known about intergalactic distance for less than 100 years. We are still learning to feel its weight. It does not. And that is the revelation that sits at the heart of everything this story has been building toward. The universe contains 2 trillion galaxies, and it is lonely. Not lonely in the sentimental sense, lonely in the structural sense. Lonely in the way an archipelago of islands scattered across an ocean 10,000 times wider than any island is lonely. The islands exist. They are real. Some of them are enormous, containing billions of inhabitants and complex ecosystems. But the ocean between them is so vast, so deep, and so featureless that the islands might as well be separate worlds. No bridge can span the water. No ship can survive the crossing. No message in a bottle can drift from one shore to another before the currents carry it into oblivion. The islands are there, and they are alone, and the ocean does not care. This analogy, like all analogies for cosmic scale, eventually breaks under its own weight, because at least on Earth, islands in the same ocean share the same water. Currents connect them, however weakly. Seabirds carry seeds between shores. Driftwood travels from one coast to another. The ocean is a medium. It transmits, it connects, even across vast distances. The intergalactic void is not a medium. It transmits nothing. It connects nothing. It is not a substance between 2 objects. It is the absence of substance, stretching across distances that make every earthly ocean look like a puddle. The archipelago analogy captures the loneliness. It cannot capture the totality of the severance. This is the architecture of the universe. Not a deficiency in it. Not a problem awaiting a solution. The architecture itself. The cosmos was not built and then emptied. It was built from emptiness. The quantum fluctuations that rippled through the infant universe 13.8 billion years ago created the initial conditions for both structure and absence, and gravity spent the next 13 billion years amplifying both. It pulled matter into filaments and nodes where galaxies could form, and it drained that matter from the regions in between, leaving behind voids so thorough that they now constitute 80% of the universe by volume. The structure and the emptiness grew together. They are the same process viewed from 2 directions. You cannot have galaxies without the voids that surrendered their matter to build them. You cannot have the cosmic web without the empty bubbles it surrounds. This means that intergalactic isolation is not an incidental feature of a universe that happens to be large. It is a necessary consequence of the physics that made galaxies possible in the first place. The same gravitational instability that formed the Milky Way also excavated the void that separates it from its neighbors. The same process that built Andromeda also ensured that the space between Andromeda and us would be swept nearly clean of matter. Every galaxy in the universe exists because a surrounding region was emptied to feed it. The birth of every island required the deepening of the ocean around it. Isolation is not the price of existence. It is the mechanism of existence. Galaxies are born isolated, and the universe ensures they stay that way. This is a difficult idea to absorb because it violates something deep in human psychology. We are social creatures. We evolved in groups. Our survival depended on connection, on cooperation, on the ability to reach others when we needed help. The idea that the universe might be fundamentally structured to prevent connection between its largest inhabitants feels almost hostile. It is not hostile. The universe has no intentions, but the effect is the same. The physics that governs cosmic structure produces isolation as reliably as the physics that governs chemistry produces water from hydrogen and oxygen. It is not a choice. It is a consequence. And the consequence is a cosmos where the most magnificent objects in existence, galaxies containing hundreds of billions of suns and trillions of worlds, are each confined to their own patch of space with no meaningful ability to interact with the others. Consider what this means for the question that haunts every discussion of cosmic scale. Are we alone? The question is usually framed in terms of biology. Is there life elsewhere? Are there other civilizations? Other minds looking up at other skies and wondering the same things? But the distance between galaxies reframes the question in a way that cuts deeper than biology ever could. Even if life is common, even if every galaxy teems with civilizations, even if intelligence is a routine product of cosmic evolution, the distances ensure that none of it matters in any practical sense. Civilizations separated by millions of light years cannot talk to each other. They cannot visit each other. They cannot confirm each other's existence within any time frame that matters to either party. They are alone in every way that the word alone has ever meant to any conscious being. A civilization in a galaxy 200 million light years away could be the most advanced, most compassionate, most curious society the universe has ever produced. It could have solved every problem that plagues our species. It could have built wonders that would make our greatest achievements look like children's drawings. And we would never know. Not because our telescopes are too weak, not because our radios are too quiet, because 200 million light years of expanding void sits between us, and nothing in the known laws of physics can carry a meaningful signal across that distance within the lifetime of either civilization. The void does not care how advanced either party is. It does not yield to ingenuity or determination. It is indifferent, absolute, and permanent. This asymmetry between knowledge and access is one of the most philosophically disorienting features of modern cosmology. We know the galaxies are there. We can count them. We can measure their masses, their star formation rates, their chemical compositions. We can study their evolution across billions of years of cosmic history. We know more about the observable universe than any previous generation of humans could have imagined. And all of that knowledge changes nothing about the fundamental isolation. Knowing a galaxy exists 200 million light years away does not bring it 1 meter closer. Understanding the physics of cosmic expansion does not slow the expansion by a single kilometer per second. The knowledge and the distance coexist without the knowledge affecting the distance in any way. We are the most informed prisoners any universe has ever produced. This is the cruelty buried inside the beauty of every deep field image. When you look at a photograph showing thousands of galaxies, you are looking at thousands of islands that will never know one another. Each galaxy in that image is a complete world unto itself, containing hundreds of billions of stars, trillions of planets, and possibly countless forms of life and intelligence. And each one is sealed inside a bubble of distance and expansion that renders it permanently inaccessible to every other galaxy in the frame. The image shows proximity. The physics guarantees isolation. The beauty and the horror occupy the same frame, and there is a deeper irony still. The very technology that allows us to see those distant galaxies, the telescopes and instruments that reveal the cosmic web in all its sprawling complexity, also confirms that we can never touch any of it. Every improvement in observational capability shows us more of the universe and simultaneously demonstrates that more of it is unreachable. The James Webb Space Telescope can peer deeper into the cosmos than any instrument before it, resolving galaxies that formed when the universe was less than 500 million years old. Each of those galaxies is a real place, a collection of stars and worlds that existed and evolved and may have produced wonders beyond our imagination. And every single one of them is so far away that even light from their present state will never reach us. We are building better windows onto a cosmos that is closing its doors, and the isolation is deepening. The cosmic web is not permanent. It is a transient structure, a phase in the universe's evolution that exists only because the cosmos is still young enough for gravity to maintain the connections between its parts. Dark energy is slowly winning the contest. The voids are expanding. The filaments are thinning. The distances between galaxy groups are increasing with every passing moment, accelerating under the influence of a force that shows no sign of weakening or reversing. The cosmic web that currently connects galaxy clusters across hundreds of millions of light years will eventually dissolve, its filaments stretched beyond coherence, its walls dispersed into the expanding void. The nodes will persist for a time, gravitationally bound clusters of galaxies that hold themselves together against the tide. But even those clusters are not eternal. Given enough time, dark energy will push apart everything that is not bound into a single gravitationally locked system. The local group is our system. Recent studies have complicated the long-held certainty that the Milky Way and Andromeda will collide. Research published in 2025, incorporating updated data from the Gaia and Hubble space telescopes, and accounting for the gravitational influence of the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Triangulum Galaxy, found that a head-on collision within the next 10 billion years may be only about 50% likely. A subsequent 2026 analysis using the latest proper motion measurements raised the merger probability back to approximately 90%, with a median merger time of roughly 6.5 billion years. The outcome remains an active area of scientific investigation. But whether the merger happens in 5 billion years or 10, whether the two spirals collide directly or drift into a slow orbital decay, the eventual result is the same. The galaxies of the local group will combine. Their stars will mingle. Their dark matter halos will merge. And over the course of tens of billions of years, the entire group will settle into a single massive structure. Astronomers have already named this future galaxy Milkomeda. Milkomeda will be enormous. It will contain the combined stellar populations of the Milky Way, Andromeda, Triangulum, and every dwarf galaxy in the local group. It will be a giant elliptical galaxy. Its elegant spiral arms are raised by the chaotic violence of repeated mergers, its stars orbiting in random directions around a massive central core. It will be, by any measure, a spectacular object, and it will be utterly, permanently, cosmically alone. Think about what that sky will look like. An observer standing on a planet in Milkomeda, perhaps orbiting a star in the merged galaxy's outer halo, would look upward and see a spectacular band of stars, the dense core of the elliptical galaxy stretching across their sky in a river of light. The view inward would be magnificent, but the view outward, beyond the galaxy's edge, would be the most terrifying sight any conscious being could confront. Nothing. Not the blackness of a cloudy night where you know the stars are hiding behind the weather. A permanent, structural emptiness. A void that contains no objects, emits no signals, and offers no evidence that anything exists beyond the galaxy's gravitational boundary. The sky would end at the edge of Milkomeda. Beyond that edge, in every direction, forever darkness. By the time Milkomeda has fully formed, roughly 10 billion years from now, every galaxy outside the local group will be receding at ever-increasing velocities. The nearest galaxy clusters will have drifted hundreds of millions of light years farther away than they are today. The filaments of the cosmic web connecting our corner of the universe to neighboring structures will have stretched beyond recognition, their matter dispersed into the expanding void. Within 100 to 150 billion years, every galaxy beyond the local group will have crossed the cosmic event horizon. Their light will have redshifted to wavelengths so long that no conceivable instrument could detect them. The cosmic microwave background itself will have faded beyond detectability, its photons stretched to wavelengths so long and its intensity diluted so thin that no instrument could distinguish it from silence. A civilization arising in Milkomeda at that distant epoch would inhabit a galaxy containing perhaps 1 trillion stars, surrounded by nothing. Their most powerful telescopes, pointed in any direction, would reveal only darkness. No other galaxies, no cosmic web, no filaments or clusters or walls, no background radiation from the Big Bang. Nothing that would suggest the universe ever contained anything beyond their own galactic borders. They would have no way of discovering that the universe is expanding, because there would be no distant objects against which to measure the expansion. They would have no way of inferring the Big Bang, because the evidence for it would have been carried beyond their horizon by the very expansion it set in motion. They would look out at a cosmos that appeared static, solitary, and eternal, a single galaxy floating in an infinite void, and they would have no reason to suspect that this was not how the universe had always been. They would develop their own cosmology based on the only data available to them, a single galaxy surrounded by infinite empty space, no expansion, no beginning, no other structures. Their physics might be brilliant, their mathematics might be flawless, but their cosmology would be wrong, not because of any failure of intellect, but because the universe would have removed the evidence they needed to get the right answer. We know this because we can see what they will not be able to see. We live at the moment when the evidence is still accessible. We are the last generation of observers who will ever have the full picture, or at least as much of it as the current cosmic horizon allows. Every generation that comes after us, every civilization that arises in the deep future, will know less about the universe than we do now. The cosmos is not revealing itself to us. It revealed itself briefly, and it is now in the process of taking that revelation back. This is not a thought experiment about some impossibly distant future. This is the confirmed trajectory of the cosmos we inhabit. The laws of physics, as we understand them, guarantee this outcome. Dark energy is measured. Cosmic acceleration is confirmed. The expansion rate is known. The math is not ambiguous. The universe is headed toward a state of ultimate isolation, and nothing in our current understanding of physics suggests a mechanism that could prevent it. We live in a privileged moment, a brief cosmological window during which the universe still wears its history on its sleeve. We can see the cosmic microwave background. We can map the large-scale structure of the cosmic web. We can observe galaxies at distances of billions of light years and reconstruct the story of cosmic evolution from the Big Bang to the present. We can look out at 2 trillion galaxies and know, at least in principle, that they exist. Future inhabitants of Milkomeda will have none of these advantages. The universe will have hidden its own past behind an expanding wall of darkness. The greatest story ever told, the story of how a hot, dense beginning gave rise to stars, galaxies, planets, and possibly life, will be erased from the observational record, not destroyed, not lost to decay, simply carried beyond the reach of any observer, no matter how sophisticated, no matter how determined, no matter how long they wait. There is something deeply unsettling about a universe that erases its own evidence, a cosmos that produces observers, and then, over time, removes the very data those observers need to understand where they came from. It is as though the universe grants a brief window of cosmic self-awareness, and then slowly closing each surviving galaxy alone in a darkness that offers no clues about the grander reality beyond. The loss would be total, not just observational, but conceptual. The very ideas that define modern cosmology, expansion, the Big Bang, the cosmic microwave background, the age and geometry of the universe, all of these depend on observations that will no longer be possible. A civilization in Milkomeda could be as intelligent as any that has ever existed, could develop physics and mathematics of extraordinary sophistication, and yet it would lack the raw data needed to discover the most fundamental truths about the cosmos it inhabits. It would be like a historian locked in a room with no documents, no artifacts, no records. The history happened, the evidence was real, but it has been removed permanently by the very processes that created the room in the first place. The universe does not merely isolate its inhabitants from one another, it isolates them from the truth. And the voids do not merely separate, they define. The character of the universe is not determined by the galaxies within it, but by the emptiness between them. A universe with 2 trillion galaxies packed into a volume where each one could see and reach its neighbors would be a fundamentally different cosmos from the one we inhabit. Ours is a universe where the dominant feature is absence, where 80% of the volume contains almost nothing, where the largest visible structures, galaxies spanning hundreds of thousands of light years, are still dwarfed by the voids between them by factors of hundreds or thousands, where even the most magnificent galaxy, containing 1 trillion suns, occupies a space so small compared to the surrounding emptiness that it amounts to a speck of light in an ocean of dark. This is the terrifying truth that lies beneath every measurement and every calculation. The universe is not merely big, it is built from isolation. The voids are not gaps in the structure, they are the structure. The galaxies are not the main feature of the cosmos. They are the rare, thin, luminous exceptions to a rule of overwhelming emptiness. The rule is the void, the exception is the light. The exceptions are separated from one another by distances so vast, through environments so barren, across timescales so long, that the word separation barely begins to capture the reality. Think of it this way. Every galaxy in the universe is a campfire. Some are small, flickering things. Others are roaring bonfires throwing light across hundreds of thousands of light years. But between every campfire and every other campfire stretches a darkness so deep and so wide that no one sitting at any fire can see the glow of any other. The fires burn in absolute solitude. Each one heats its own small circle of space. Each one illuminates its own tiny sphere of matter. And beyond that sphere, in every direction, the darkness goes on forever. The campfires are real. The warmth is real. The light is real. But the darkness between them is so much vaster, so much older, so much more fundamental to the nature of the cosmos, that the fires begin to seem like accidents. Brief, bright, improbable interruptions in a universe that is, at its core, made of dark. This is not nihilism, it is observation. The universe does not owe us connection. It does not owe us neighbors. It does not owe us a cosmos that feels warm or full or navigable. It simply is what it is, a vast, expanding, overwhelmingly empty structure in which matter occasionally organizes itself into brief concentrations of complexity that call themselves galaxies. Those galaxies are real. The stars within them burn with genuine fury. The planets that orbit those stars host genuine chemistry. And on at least one of those planets, the chemistry became complicated enough to look upward and ask questions about what lies beyond. The fact that the answer is mostly darkness does not diminish the question, but it does reshape the meaning of the asking. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of this isolation is its silence. The void between galaxies does not roar or howl or whisper. It produces no sound, no vibration, no signal. It is the quietest environment in existence. A silence so absolute that it makes the vacuum of interstellar space seem noisy by comparison. At least within a galaxy, there are pulsars ticking, magnetars screaming, supernovae thundering across the electromagnetic spectrum. Between galaxies, there is only the faintest hiss of the cosmic microwave background, growing quieter by the epoch, fading toward a silence that will one day be complete. The void is not just empty of matter, it is empty of information. It is empty of story. It is the place where the narrative of the cosmos ends and the blankness begins. We sit at one of those campfires, the Milky Way, 400 billion stars burning in a spiral of light and gravity, planets orbiting in habitable zones, complex chemistry assembling itself into life on at least one world, possibly on billions, intelligence emerging, looking upward, building telescopes, mapping the cosmos, asking the oldest question, is anyone else out there? The answer, as far as intergalactic distance is concerned, is that it does not matter. Even if the answer is yes, even if every galaxy contains a civilization, even if the universe is saturated with life from one end of the observable volume to the other, the distances ensure that each civilization sits at its own campfire, warming its hands against a cold that extends in every direction without limit. The campfires cannot see each other. They cannot reach each other. They cannot confirm that the others exist. They burn alone, separated by the deepest and most permanent isolation the laws of physics can produce. 2 trillion galaxies, each one a world unto itself, each one containing enough stars and planets to make the question of cosmic companionship feel urgent and answerable. And between every pair of them, the void so vast, so empty, so relentlessly expanding, that the question becomes not whether someone is out there, but whether out there even means anything when the distances involved exceed the ability of light itself to bridge them in any meaningful time. The universe is full of galaxies. It is empty of connection, and that may be the most unsettling truth that astronomy, in all its centuries of looking upward, has ever had the precision to reveal. The distance between galaxies is not merely large, it is the defining feature of the cosmos. It is the architecture of reality. It is the silence between the notes in a symphony that plays across a stage too wide for any audience to hear more than its own small section. We are here. We are real. Our campfire burns, and the darkness around it stretches farther than we will ever be able to see, farther than we will ever be able to reach, farther than any signal we send will ever travel before the expanding void swallows it into silence. The galaxies are out there, trillions of them, each one as real and as full of possibility as our own, and every one of them is marooned, as we are marooned, on an island of light in an ocean of dark that has no far shore. So enormous that it describes how far light itself can travel in a full Earth year. The Oort cloud, if it exists as imagined, marks the true edge of our sun's gravitational neighborhood, and it takes a photon 12 months to cross just a fraction of it. Let me be more precise about Voyager, because its status as of right now is worth pausing on. Voyager 1 crossed the heliopause, the boundary where the solar wind can no longer push back against the particles of interstellar space, in August of 2012. It has been in interstellar space for over a decade. Its radio signal, beamed back to Earth from beyond the heliopause, currently takes more than 22 hours to reach us, moving at the speed of light. 22 hours one way for the fastest possible signal from the farthest object humans have ever made. And Voyager is still, by any cosmic standard, practically in our front yard. It has not even begun to approach the inner edge of the Oort cloud. At its current speed, Voyager will take roughly 300 years just to reach the beginning of the Oort cloud, and perhaps 30,000 years to cross through it. The probe that represents 50 years of sustained engineering achievement will need 30,000 more years, give or take, simply to exit the sun's gravitational neighborhood, and when it does, it will not be heading toward any particular star. It will drift in roughly the direction of the constellation Camelopardalis for tens of thousands of years before passing within a light year or two of any other stellar system. The golden record attached to it, meant for any alien civilization that might one day find it, will likely never be read, because the distances between stars are so vast that Voyager, despite its blistering speed, is essentially standing still from a galactic perspective. The ambitious probe that represents the peak of human space engineering is, on the cosmic map, a frozen object drifting through an almost infinite sea of darkness, and it will remain essentially motionless for longer than recorded history has existed. Here is a number that might help anchor you. Voyager 1, a spacecraft launched in 1977, is the fastest, farthest human object ever built. It has been flying outward for nearly 50 years, moving at about 38,000 miles per hour. That is not a typo. 38,000 miles per hour. Fast enough to cross the continental United States in less than 5 minutes. Voyager is currently about 15 billion miles from Earth. It has crossed the heliopause, the boundary where the sun's wind fades into interstellar space. It is the farthest thing we have ever made. And yet, if you were to point Voyager at the nearest star system and tell it to keep going at its current speed, it would take approximately 73,000 years to arrive. 73,000 years. Civilization itself is only about 10,000 years old. The pyramids are less than 5,000. Voyager's journey to the next star, at our fastest achievable speed, is 7 full civilizations end to end. And that is the closest star. So let us talk about the closest star. Our Sun, the beach ball, is a member of a loose swarm of stars in a spiral galactic arm. The nearest known star to our Sun is a small dim red dwarf called Proxima Centauri, part of the Alpha Centauri triple system. It lies approximately 4¼ light years away. 4¼ years at the speed of light. And remember, at our scale, light already took 8 minutes to cross a football field. How far away does 4¼ light years sit on our football field model? Are you ready? On the scale where Earth is a pea and the Sun is a beach ball at 230 feet, Proxima Centauri is another beach ball-sized star sitting approximately 11,000 miles away. 11,000 miles. That is not a typo either. If you set up your beach ball sun in New York City, the next beach ball star would sit in Sydney, Australia, with nothing but hollow space between them. You would cross every ocean on Earth to reach the neighbor. Our entire solar system, every planet, every moon, every asteroid, every comet, every probe we have ever launched, every dream we have ever had of colonies on Mars or mining the outer planets, fits into the tiny region right around the first beach ball. The rest of the journey to Sydney is empty. Think about that the next time you look at the night sky and see stars that look close together. They are not close. They are unimaginable distances apart, separated by voids that dwarf anything human activity has ever touched. And yet, this is only the beginning. Let me stress this because it matters. Everything I have just described, every marble, every grapefruit, every mile of empty space between Neptune and the Oort cloud, every stunning realization that Voyager will take 70,000 years to cross the gap to the next star, all of that fits inside the tiniest corner of what comes next. The solar system is not even the first step on the ladder. The solar system is so small on the scale we are about to enter that it vanishes completely. Not gets small, vanishes, becomes invisible, disappears from the map. Before we leave this scale, I want to do one more thing. I want to put the speed of light in context, because light speed is the most abused concept in science communication, and the reason it gets abused is that humans have no intuition for how slow light is at cosmic scales. In everyday life, light is instantaneous. Flip a switch, the room is bright. Call a friend across the country, your voice arrives in a heartbeat because the signal travels at a fraction of light speed. For a long time, humanity assumed light was infinite in speed because it appeared that way. It is not. Light is finite, and in space, that finiteness ruins everything. When you look at the sun, you are seeing the sun as it existed 8 minutes and 20 seconds ago. If a solar flare erupted on the surface right now, in real present time, no telescope on Earth would know about it for over 8 minutes. When you look at Jupiter in a backyard telescope, you are seeing Jupiter as it was roughly 40 minutes ago. When you look at Neptune, you are seeing light that left the planet about 4 hours earlier. The outer edge of the Oort cloud, if it exists at the predicted distance, shows us photons that departed a year ago. Already, inside our own solar system, we cannot see the present. We only see the past. The closer an object is, the fresher its image. The farther away, the older. This time lag, this built-in delay between reality and perception, is a feature of the universe itself. It is not a limitation of our instruments. It is the speed limit of information. And this speed limit is about to become more than an inconvenience. It is about to become the defining horror of cosmic scale. Now imagine something strange. Imagine that the sun suddenly, impossibly, doubled in brightness. You would not know immediately. The sun's light, traveling at the cosmic speed limit, would take those same 8 minutes to reach your eyes. Now imagine the same thing happening on Proxima Centauri, our nearest stellar neighbor. If Proxima flared dramatically right now, at this instant, no one on Earth would know for over 4 years. The light carrying that information has to crawl across 4¼ light years of vacuum. 4 years of waiting just to learn about the nearest star's behavior. And Proxima is practically in our lap. It is the closest possible neighbor. Any star you can see with the naked eye is tens or hundreds or even thousands of times farther away than that. Some of the brightest stars in the night sky are showing you light that left before you were born. A few are showing you light that departed before the Roman Empire collapsed. You are looking at history, not the present. The night sky is a museum, not a window. I want you to sit with how uncomfortable that is. Your intuition says that when you look up, you see what is there. What is actually happening is that you see what was there at 1,000 different moments in the past, all arriving at your eye at the same instant. The constellation Orion is not a snapshot of Orion. It is a layered composite. Betelgeuse, one of the shoulders of Orion, is about 500 light years away. The light you see from Betelgeuse tonight left the star around the time Columbus was sailing the Atlantic. Rigel, the bright blue foot of Orion, is about 860 light years away. Its light left before the Magna Carta was signed. These two stars appear side by side, yet their images are separated by centuries of history. The sky is not a place. The sky is a timeline, pretending to be a place. This is what I mean when I say your ruler bends. The tools you use to measure the pea in your hand and the room around you are not merely inadequate for cosmic distances, they are actively misleading. They tell you that stars are close, that the sky is a ceiling, that distance is something you could, in principle, cross. Distance in space is not like that. Distance in space is so vast that even light, the thing that makes seeing possible, becomes a slow messenger, and we are still only at the level of our own stellar backyard. The level where the sun is our clock, the planets are our landmarks, and Voyager is our flag planted at the edge. Everything we have discussed so far is, as I said at the start, about to vanish. Let me give you one final image to carry with you before we step outward. The sun, at full brightness, outputs a staggering amount of energy, about 3.8 times 10 to the 26th watts. That number means almost nothing to a human brain, so let me translate. The sun produces more energy in 1 second than humanity has used in all of recorded history combined. Every light bulb, every engine, every power plant, every nuclear reactor, every campfire, from the invention of fire to this very moment, less than 1 second of solar output. The sun is a furnace beyond anything our species has ever built or even imagined building. And the sun is one ordinary star, an average yellow dwarf, entirely unremarkable in its class. Now here is the punchline, the thing I want you to hold in your mind as we climb. All of that energy, all of that gravity, the entire nuclear might of our local star, is only enough to hold together a system whose gravitational reach extends, at its absolute outer edge, perhaps 2 light years outward from the sun. 2 light years. That is the sun's entire sphere of influence, the boundary where its gravitational authority finally loses out to the pull of other stars. 2 light years, including the hypothetical outer Oort cloud, represents everything the sun owns, everything it controls. And 2 light years at the scale we have been building is a tiny bubble in a universe where the distances we are about to encounter are not measured in light years but in thousands of light years, and then millions, and then billions, and then tens of billions. Each new layer is not merely larger, each new layer is larger by factors that make the previous one look like a rounding error. If the solar system is a small town, then the galaxy is an entire continent. But the continent is not the end. The continent is a single grain of sand on a beach we have not even begun to see. Each jump erases the previous scale from the map, and this is the pattern we will see repeat again and again for the rest of this journey. Every time you think you have reached the top, you will find that the top was the floor of the next room. Every time you think you have grasped the scale will laugh and grow. The universe is not merely big. The universe is structured in a way that your brain is not equipped to hold. And the first casualty of that structure is the ruler you were born with. Let me give you one last demonstration before we step outward. Think about how long it would take to count to 1 million. If you counted one number per second without stopping, no sleep, no food, no breaks, it would take you 11.5 days. Now think about counting to 1 billion. At the same rate, one number per second, it would take you almost 32 years. 32 years just to reach 1 billion. A human lifetime spent entirely on counting barely crosses 2 billion. And in what comes next, we will be talking about 400 billion star. 400 billion. If you started counting the stars in our galaxy alone, one per second, without a single pause, you would need over 12,000 years to finish. Longer than recorded human history. Every civilization that has ever existed, counting in series, handing the task from one generation to the next, would still not be done. And that is just one galaxy. One galaxy out of 2 trillion. That is what is coming. The solar system, as vast as it feels, as impossible as Voyager's journey is, as humbling as the distance to the nearest star seems, is a single lit campfire at the edge of a stellar city. And the city is waiting. The city contains so many campfires that the campfires themselves become indistinguishable, blurring together into a river of light we call the Milky Way. Every point of light in that river, every dot of every constellation you have ever named, every star you have ever wished on, is another sun, with another beach ball, and another possible football field of planets, moons, and comets. Hundreds of billions of them. And we are about to step back far enough to see them all at once. When we do, the football field you just walked, the one that held our entire solar system, will disappear. Not shrink, disappear. The closest star is already so far away that our scale model of the solar system, the one where the sun is a beach ball and Earth is a pea, requires us to place the next beach ball on the opposite side of the planet. And there are 400 billion beach balls waiting. Leave the football field behind. Walk out of the stadium. Close the door on the pea and the beach ball and the grapefruit and the mile of empty asphalt between Neptune and everything else. That entire model, the one that took you nearly 230 feet to walk across, was only useful inside one solar system. The moment you try to use it to describe a galaxy, it collapses. Because the next step up is not another football field. The next step up is a step so wide that the football field with everything in it becomes invisible before you finish taking it. Let me show you what I mean. The solar system, from the sun to roughly the outer Oort cloud, is about 2 light years across. That is our stellar backyard, the full extent of the sun's gravitational empire. Now zoom out. The Milky Way, the galaxy we live inside, is somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 light years across, depending on how you define the edge. Let me use a conservative middle figure. Let us say 100,000 light years, the number that appears on most astronomy diagrams, while noting that recent studies using stellar streams and dark matter halo measurements suggest the true extent is closer to 200,000 light years, and possibly more. Even using the smaller figure, you already have a problem. The ratio between the solar system and the galaxy is roughly 1 to 50,000. If you tried to draw the Milky Way on a sheet of paper so that the entire galaxy fit on a single page, the entire solar system would be smaller than a single atom on that page. Not a speck, not a dot, an atom. Something you could not resolve with a household microscope, and that atom would contain everything we just discussed. The sun, the planets, Voyager's 50-year journey, the Oort cloud, the 4.25 light-year gap to Proxima Centauri, all compressed into a region smaller than a pinprick. This is the first brutal truth about galactic scale. The solar system does not shrink on a galactic map. It disappears, and everything human civilization has ever thought about as space disappears with it. Try to hold that in your head. The pea in your hand, the beach ball at the end of the field, the grapefruit a quarter mile away, the fact that your fastest spacecraft has crawled only 15 billion miles in 50 years, all of it gone. Not diminished, gone. The map of the galaxy has no room to show you the thing you call home. That is the first sign your ruler is broken beyond repair. Now, let me try a different approach, because one scale model will not be enough to carry you the rest of this journey. Let us use time instead of distance. Imagine you are a beam of light, the fastest thing the universe allows. You have already seen how long light takes to move inside our solar system. 8 minutes to reach Earth from the sun. Roughly 5.5 hours to reach Pluto at an average distance. About a year to reach the outer Oort cloud. Already, light is slow at these scales. Now ask light to cross the Milky Way. Light, at 300,000 kilometers per second, needs approximately 100,000 years to travel from one edge of our galaxy to the other. Say that number slowly. 100,000 years. Longer than the entire existence of anatomically modern humans. When a photon left the far side of the galaxy and began its journey toward our position, our species had not yet invented language. We were scattered hunter-gatherer bands somewhere in Africa, still thousands of generations away from figuring out how to farm. The photon traveled, uninterrupted, through the void for the entire span of human history, watching nothing. It crossed the birth and fall of every empire we have ever built without slowing down, without being observed, without anything in its path. It is only now, tonight, arriving at the telescopes we finally built to catch it. That is how slow the fastest thing in the universe is at the scale of a single galaxy. And 100,000 years is the conservative estimate. More recent measurements using the orbits of dwarf satellite galaxies and the extent of stellar streams around the Milky Way suggest our galaxy may be closer to 200,000 light-years wide when you include the diffuse outer regions, the dark matter halo. Some estimates push that to 250,000, and a handful of researchers argue the true gravitational reach extends even further. Every new instrument, every new survey, every new measurement keeps making the galaxy bigger than the textbooks say. And remember, this is just the disk. This is just the part where stars actually live. The dark matter halo surrounding the galaxy, invisible and undetectable except through its gravity, extends much farther still, dominating the total mass of the entire system. We do not live in the galaxy. We live in the lit part of the galaxy, a thin, glowing layer on top of something vastly larger that we cannot see. Now let me try marching. Instead of light, let me put you on foot again, because walking is something your body understands. At a steady pace of 3 miles per hour, how long would it take you to walk across the Milky Way? The answer is so absurd that I want to warn you before I say it. If you could somehow walk at the speed of light, it would take you 100,000 years, as we just established. But you cannot walk at the speed of light. You walk at something like 220 million times slower than light, which means walking the Milky Way would take you somewhere on the order of 22 trillion years. That number, 22 trillion, is about 1,600 times longer than the current age of the universe. You could walk for the entire age of the cosmos, and then again and again, more than 1,000 times in sequence, and still not finish crossing the Milky Way on foot. The galaxy is that wide. Your body is that slow. The gap between the two is not a gap. It is a canyon so deep that human time disappears into it. Give up walking. Give up driving. Give up any vehicle humans have built, are building, or can theoretically imagine building. Even the fastest spacecraft we have ever launched, Voyager, would need over 1,700,000,000 years to cross just the disk of our galaxy. And that is assuming it could travel in a straight line without hitting anything. 1.7 billion years. To put that in perspective, the dinosaurs went extinct roughly 66 million years ago. Voyager, if launched the day the asteroid hit, would have covered less than 4% of the galactic disk by now. And our real Voyager has only been flying for 50 years. This is the first major emotional collapse of galactic scale. The gap between the stars is not merely empty. The gap is so vast that even theoretical future technology, traveling at speeds we do not yet know how to reach, would take lifetimes of civilizations to bridge it. And that is just from one star to the next. The galaxy is full of stars, not dozens, not millions, not billions, 400 billion, give or take. The exact number is debated because we cannot count them all. but 400 billion is the middle estimate. Some researchers argue it could be as high as 700 billion, depending on how many tiny red dwarfs and dim brown dwarfs hide in the galactic halo. Others say as low as 200 billion. The uncertainty itself is instructive. Our galaxy contains so many stars that we cannot count them within a factor of 3. We simply do not have instruments sensitive enough to distinguish 400 billion from 700 billion. Let me translate 400 billion into something your brain can touch. Earlier, I told you that counting to 1 billion, one number per second without stopping, would take about 32 years. To count to 400 billion at that same rate, you would need approximately 12,700 years. 12,700 years of unbroken counting. That is longer than the history of agriculture. That is longer than the entire span of recorded human civilization. If the first person ever to plant a crop had started counting stars at the moment they scattered the first seeds, and every generation since had passed the counting to the next, one number per second without a pause, we would still not be finished today. We would still have thousands of years of counting left. And at the end of all that effort, we would have counted the stars in one galaxy. One galaxy. And we have not yet talked about the fact that our galaxy is not even the biggest one in our local neighborhood. Now let me put the galaxy on a map you can visualize. Picture a flat disk, roughly shaped like 2 fried eggs stuck together back to back. In the center, a bulge of older stars clustered around a supermassive black hole called Sagittarius A star, an object we will return to in a moment. In the center, a bulge of older stars clustered around a supermassive black hole called Sagittarius A star, an object we will return to in a moment. It sits at the gravitational center, a deep well in the fabric of space, around which the entire galaxy rotates. Spiraling outward from the bulge, 4 major arms wind through the disk. Spiraling outward from the bulge, 4 major arms wind through the disk. Our sun, our beach ball, lives on a minor spur between 2 of those arms, about 26,000 light years from the center. That means the light from the galactic core took 26,000 years to reach us. When you look toward the constellation Sagittarius and see that dense river of stars cutting across the Milky Way, you are seeing photons that left home thousands of years before the caves of Lascaux were ever painted. Let me describe the center of our galaxy in more detail, because what sits there is worth knowing. The Milky Way is not a pure spiral. It is a barred spiral, meaning that instead of a round bulge at the center, our galaxy has an elongated bar of stars crossing through the core, roughly 27,000 light years long from tip to tip, rotating as a single coherent structure. The spiral arms do not emerge from a central point. They emerge from the ends of the bar. This was only confirmed in the 1990s and 2000s through infrared surveys that could see through the dust blocking our view of the galactic interior. Before that, we did not even know the shape of our own home with certainty. We had been living inside the Milky Way for the entire existence of our species, and still had not figured out its basic architecture until the last few decades. At the exact center of that bar, at the gravitational heart of the galaxy, sits Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole that anchors the entire spiral. Sagittarius A star contains the mass of about 4.3 million suns, compressed into a region whose event horizon would fit comfortably inside the orbit of Mercury. In 2022, the Event Horizon Telescope collaboration released the first direct image of it, a glowing orange ring surrounding a central shadow, confirmed through years of coordinated observations from radio telescopes across the entire Earth, combined into a single virtual instrument the size of the planet. Stars near Sagittarius, a star orbit, at extraordinary speeds. One star, S4716, completes an orbit around the black hole every 4 Earth years, reaching velocities of around 8,000 kilometers per second at its closest approach. That is nearly 3% of the speed of light, achieved by a star simply falling around the central mass. And the galaxy itself is not passive, it is actively eating. Right now, as I speak, The Milky Way is in the process of tearing apart the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, stretching its stars into long streams that wrap around our disk like ribbons. Other small satellites are being slowly consumed as well. We have already absorbed many others. In 2018, researchers using Gaia data identified the remnants of a galaxy called Gaia Enceladus, which collided with and was consumed by the Milky Way roughly 10 billion years ago. Billions of its stars are still here, orbiting the galactic center on distinctive paths that give their foreign origin away. Our galaxy is not just a structure, our galaxy is a predator. It grew to its current size by devouring its neighbors, and it is still doing so today. Our sun orbits the center of this disk at a speed of about 140 miles per second. That is fast by human standards. Faster than any bullet, faster than any rocket. It is fast enough that in the time it takes you to hear this sentence, the Earth, along with the entire solar system, has traveled roughly 1,000 miles along its orbital path through the galaxy. And yet, at that speed, it takes the Sun about 230 million years to complete a single circuit around the galactic center. 230 million years for one orbit. The last time the Sun was in this exact position in the galaxy, dinosaurs were only just beginning to appear on Earth. The continents were arranged into a single supercontinent called Pangaea. When the Sun returns to where it is right now, assuming it survives that long, there may be nothing recognizable on Earth at all. A single galactic year is so long that entire evolutionary eras unfold within it. This rotation is also happening to everything we see. The Milky Way is not a static diagram. It is spinning. The arms are moving. Stars are passing each other at tremendous speeds. On the timescale of galactic rotation, nothing is still. But on human timescales, the sky looks frozen, because the galaxy is so vast that our motion across it barely registers from generation to generation. The stars look the same to you as they looked to the Greeks 2,000 years ago, not because they are not moving, but because they are moving in circles so huge that 2,000 years is nothing on the dial. Now let me introduce an analogy I want you to hold on to, because it will matter later. If you took the entire Milky Way and shrank it down until the Sun was the size of a single red blood cell, the galaxy at that scale would be about the size of the continental United States. A red blood cell spinning somewhere between the Rocky Mountains and the Mississippi River, surrounded by 400 billion other red blood cells, with vast empty space between every single one. You could put the whole solar system inside that red blood cell. You could put every ambition humanity has ever had, every planet we have ever dreamed of colonizing, every signal we have ever beamed into space, inside that single cell. And the cell would drift, nearly motionless from your zoomed-out perspective, through a country-sized structure so sparse that almost every direction you look is darkness broken by tiny specks of light. That is the galaxy. The stars are not crowded, they are lonely. The average distance between neighboring stars in our part of the galaxy is about 4 light years. Recall how far that was. Now imagine that every direction you turn, the nearest light is 4 light years away, and the one after that is another 4 light years beyond. And the pattern continues for 100,000 light years in every direction along the disk. Most of the galaxy is not stars. Most of the galaxy is gap between stars. Matter is the exception. Void is the rule. Even inside the lit region of our galactic home, we are already swimming through almost perfect emptiness, peppered with occasional fires. And those fires themselves are not all the same. The Sun is an ordinary yellow dwarf, but in the galactic population, ordinary is actually the exception. Most stars in the Milky Way are small red dwarfs, cool and dim and long-lived, burning so slowly that they can last trillions of years. These red dwarfs outnumber Sun-like stars by nearly 10 to 1. There are also giant blue stars, hundreds of times more luminous than the Sun, but burning through their fuel in just a few million years before exploding as supernovae. There are ancient red giants in their death throes, swelling until they would swallow the inner planets if they were our Sun. There are white dwarfs, the collapsed cores of dead stars, each packing the mass of a Sun into a sphere the size of Earth. There are neutron stars, the even denser remnants of stellar explosions, where a teaspoon of material would weigh as much as a mountain. There are black holes, invisible gravitational holes in the fabric of space, scattered throughout the galactic disk in numbers we are still trying to estimate. Some models suggest there are 100 million stellar mass black holes drifting through the Milky Way, each one a dead star that once shone, before collapsing into a point of such extreme gravity that not even light can escape it. 100 million black holes in one galaxy, hidden, silent, passing through the darkness between the fires. And remember, all of this, every star and dwarf and giant and black hole, sits inside a cocoon of dark matter that outweighs the visible galaxy by a factor of roughly 10. Dark matter is the invisible substance that provides most of the gravitational pull holding galaxies together. We know it exists because without it, the outer stars of the Milky Way would fling outward into intergalactic space. The visible galaxy alone does not have enough mass to hold itself together at observed rotation speeds. Something else, something we cannot see, is doing most of the gravitational work. That something else forms a roughly spherical halo extending far beyond the bright disk, outweighing the stars and gas of our galaxy by roughly a factor of 10. The total mass of the Milky Way, including this dark matter halo, is estimated at around 1.5 trillion times the mass of the Sun. Some recent studies using the motions of satellite galaxies and stellar streams suggest the figure could be even higher, perhaps 2 or 3 trillion solar masses, though these estimates remain debated. Whatever the exact number, the clear fact is that the luminous galaxy we see is only a tenth of what is actually there. 9/10 of the Milky Way is invisible. We live in a dark structure faintly decorated with stars. Let me try one more way to convey the sheer dimensional enormity of our galaxy. Imagine every grain of sand on every beach on Earth. Scientists have estimated that number to be roughly 7,500,000,000,000 quadrillion grains, a ridiculous number. Now forget the whole Earth and focus on just one ordinary sized beach. A beach of a few miles of shoreline contains something on the order of 10 quintillion grains of sand in total. Depending on how you count, maybe more. Now imagine that every grain on that beach represents one star in the Milky Way. 400 billion grains. That is only a small handful of sand, maybe enough to fill a coffee cup of stars. That is our galaxy. It sounds small when expressed that way, because a coffee cup is something your hand can hold. But remember, each grain is a star. Each star is a furnace like the Sun. Each furnace is surrounded by its own possible planetary system, and the distances between the grains are measured in trillions of miles. The coffee cup has been stretched out across 100,000 light years. The grains have been scattered through a volume so large that even at light speed, you could never visit more than a tiny fraction of them in the age of the universe. Every one of those 400 billion suns might have planets. In fact, we now know, based on decades of exoplanet surveys, that planets are the rule rather than the exception. Nearly every star in the galaxy has at least one planet, and most have several. Conservatively, the Milky Way contains at least 1 trillion planets. Some estimates push that figure higher. 1 trillion worlds. Rocky worlds, gas giants, ice worlds, desert worlds, ocean worlds. Worlds with atmospheres nothing like our own. Worlds where the chemistry of life could be radically different from anything Earth has produced. Among those trillion planets, some fraction lie in the habitable zone of their star, where liquid water could exist on the surface. Estimates suggest billions of potentially Earth-like worlds in our galaxy alone. Billions. In one galaxy, out of 2 trillion. We will get to the 2 trillion in the next part. For now, hold the galaxy in your mind. Hold the disk, the arms, the central black hole, the 400 billion stars, the trillion planets, the 100 million hidden black holes, the dark matter halo, the 100,000-year light crossing time, the 12,700 years of counting, The coffee cup of grains stretched across an entire continent worth of space. Hold all of it. This is the Milky Way. This is our home. And now, here is the hinge. The moment that shatters the idea that the galaxy is the end of the journey. Point your telescope toward the constellation Andromeda on any dark autumn night. You will see a faint smudge of light, barely visible to the naked eye, that looks like nothing more than a small cloud. That smudge is not a cloud. That smudge is another entire galaxy, comparable in size to ours, possibly larger, containing roughly 1 trillion stars. The Andromeda Galaxy, and it is 2.5 million light years away. Let me explain what that means. The light you see from Andromeda tonight left that galaxy 2.5 million years ago. 2.5 million years. The entire species of Homo sapiens is only about 300,000 years old, so the light reaching your eyes from Andromeda has been traveling for 8 times longer than our species has existed. When those photons began their journey, our ancestors were not yet human. They were early hominids, maybe Homo habilis, wandering the grasslands with stone tools, with no idea that the smudge they could not yet even conceive of existed at all. The photons crossed the void while our entire genus rose and branched and evolved. They arrived, just now, in your eye. Here is the thing that should really sink in. Andromeda is our closest major galactic neighbor. 2.5 million light years is the nearest, not the typical. It is the galaxy in our own local group, the one right next door on a cosmic scale, and even this closest neighbor is so far away that light from it takes 8 times longer to reach us than our species has existed. The gap between galaxies, even among close neighbors, dwarfs the gap within galaxies by such enormous factors that the galaxy itself, which seemed infinite a few paragraphs ago, becomes a tiny island surrounded by oceans of darkness. The Milky Way is huge, but the Milky Way is one of at least 2 trillion galaxies. And the space between galaxies is so empty that if our sun were a beach ball again, the nearest galaxy's nearest star would be on another planet, not another country. Actually, it is even stranger than that. The Andromeda Galaxy is moving toward us, right now. As I speak, Andromeda is racing through intergalactic space at roughly 110 kilometers per second, aimed directly at the Milky Way. Gravity is pulling the two giants together. In about 4.5 billion years, according to the standard calculation, Andromeda should reach us, though recent analyses in 2024 suggest the timing and even the certainty of the collision are less settled than once thought. If the merger does occur, the two galaxies will collide and begin to combine. Not crash, merge. The stars are so far apart within each galaxy that almost none will physically hit each other. Instead, the gravitational fields will interweave, the spiral arms will distort, and over hundreds of millions of years of cosmic dance, the two disks will fold together and eventually settle into a single giant elliptical galaxy. Astronomers have already coined names for this hypothetical future galaxy: Milkomeda, or Milkdromeda, depending on who you ask. Should it come into being, it would be the largest structure in the local group, a merged titan containing more than 1 trillion stars. And here is the detail that ties everything to what comes next. Milkomeda, even after the merger, will still be tiny. The merger of two of the largest galaxies in our local neighborhood will not produce anything that matters on the next scale up. We have not yet reached the next scale up. We have only just noticed that there is more than one galaxy. Andromeda is the first step, not the last. The local group contains at least 80 galaxies, most of them small dwarfs orbiting the two giants. Beyond the local group lies something larger. Beyond that, something larger still. The ladder keeps climbing, and we are about to climb it. The galaxy, this 100,000 light-year wonder containing 400 billion stars and 1 trillion planets, and enough mysteries to occupy human science for the next 1,000 years, is about to be revealed as a single grain in a structure so vast that the galaxy itself, like the solar system before it, will vanish from the map. You thought the solar system was the story. It was not. You thought the galaxy was the story. It is not. The galaxy is a colossal island, yes, but the ocean is already waiting, and the ocean has its own islands, and the islands are grouped into archipelagos, and the archipelagos are woven into continents of galaxies we have not yet named. And somewhere out there, rushing silently through the dark, Andromeda is already closing the distance. Step back from the galaxy. Not another few light years, not another 1,000. Step back far enough that the entire Milky Way, the whole spiral wonder of 400 billion stars we just spent so long building in your mind, shrinks to a single point of light. A dot. One dot. That is how you have to picture it now, because what we are about to describe is a structure so large that individual galaxies are no longer the subject. Individual galaxies are pixels. The picture is made of millions of them. Before we zoom all the way out, though, we need to take the next step, because right next to our galactic dot sits another dot, and then another, and then another. The Milky Way does not drift alone through intergalactic space. It is part of a small, gravitationally interacting cluster of galaxies called the local group. The local group contains somewhere between 80 and 100 known galaxies, although the vast majority of them are dim dwarfs that we only discovered in the last few decades by deep surveys. The two dominant members are the Milky Way and Andromeda, the future merger partners. A distant third is the Triangulum Galaxy, a smaller spiral containing around 40 billion stars, considerably less massive than our Milky Way. Everything else in the local group is a satellite, a scrap, a leftover. Our galaxy alone has dozens of dwarf satellites. Andromeda has even more. Most contain only a few billion stars or fewer, and some are so faint and diffuse that we can barely detect them against the background sky. The local group spans about 10 million light years across. Let me hold that number for a moment. As we established, the Milky Way is roughly 100,000 light years wide. The local group, therefore, is about 100 times wider than our galaxy. If the Milky Way were a single dinner plate on a table, the local group would be a region about 3 meters across, with Andromeda being a second dinner plate on the far side, Triangulum a side plate somewhere between them, and the rest of the local group sprinkled as dust motes and crumbs across the whole tablecloth. Mostly empty table, occasional plates, lots of dust. And 10 million light years is already a distance that breaks the ruler you were just getting used to. Light, our messenger, needs 10 million years to cross from one end of the local group to the other. The Milky Way and Andromeda are separated by 2.5 million light years, but other members of the local group lie much farther out, drifting at the edges of the gravitational well, barely held in place. Some of them are slowly falling inward, on orbits that will eventually bring them into collision with one of the two giants. Others are on the edge of escape, dragged along by cosmic expansion, destined to drift away into the void. The local group is not fixed. It is a slow-motion gravitational dance, playing out over billions of years. But here is the part that matters for scale. The local group, for all its size, is one of the smallest structures at this level of organization. Most galaxies in the universe belong to much larger groups, and groups, in turn, belong to even larger structures called clusters. A galaxy cluster is a collection of hundreds to thousands of galaxies, all gravitationally bound, all swirling through each other in complex orbital patterns across millions of light years of space. The nearest major cluster to us is the Virgo cluster, located about 54 million light years away. Virgo contains somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 galaxies, packed into a volume spanning roughly 15 million light years. It is gigantic by every standard we have used so far, and it is the closest cluster to us. Beyond Virgo lie other clusters, larger and more massive, stretching in every direction for as far as our telescopes can see. At this scale, we also need to introduce something new, something that did not matter at the level of single galaxies, but becomes essential now. The space between galaxies in a cluster is not true vacuum. It is filled with extremely hot, diffuse gas at temperatures of tens of millions of degrees. This intra-cluster medium glows in X-rays and, astonishingly, contains more mass in hot plasma than all the visible stars of all the cluster galaxies combined. The galaxy cluster is not just a bunch of galaxies. It is a hot, glowing cauldron of gas with galaxies embedded in it like croutons in a bowl of soup. And the cauldron itself is held together by dark matter, which outweighs the hot gas and the stars combined by a factor of several. Most of a cluster's mass, by far, is invisible. The glowing galaxies are decoration. The glowing gas is a side dish. The main course is dark. Think about what that actually means, because it is stranger than it sounds. When you look at an image of a galaxy cluster, what you see are the galaxies. Bright spirals and fuzzy ellipticals scattered across a black background. That image is a lie of omission. The black background is not black. The black background is a bath of superheated plasma at temperatures between 10 million and 100 million degrees, stretching across millions of light years between the galaxies. This plasma is so hot that its atoms have lost most of their electrons. It glows in X-rays, invisible to the human eye, but unmistakable to space telescopes like Chandra and XMM Newton. And it contains more mass than every star in every galaxy of the cluster combined. A typical rich cluster has something like 10 times more mass in hot gas than in visible stars, and several times more mass again in dark matter beyond that. The galaxies are the smallest component. The hot gas is the middle component. The dark matter is the dominant component. When you look at a cluster, you are looking at the smallest, faintest layer of a multi-layered structure, and you are seeing it against a cosmic glow that your eyes cannot detect and your body would be instantly vaporized by if it could. The clusters are not cities of galaxies floating in vacuum. The clusters are hot, structured, gravitationally active environments where gas flows between galaxies, where supermassive black holes in the central galaxies pump energy into the surroundings, where the temperature of empty space is measured in millions of kelvins. Our quiet image of galaxies suspended in blackness is a human limitation, not the truth. Now zoom out further. The Virgo cluster and the local group are not isolated. They are connected by gravity, by streams of smaller galaxies and gas, into something much larger. Astronomers once called this the Virgo supercluster, a structure roughly 110 million light years across. For decades, that was considered our cosmic address. In 2014, a team of researchers led by Brent Tully at the University of Hawaii used new techniques, mapping the peculiar velocities of tens of thousands of galaxies, and revealed that the Virgo supercluster is itself merely a lobe of something far larger. They named this larger structure Laniakea, a Hawaiian word meaning immense heaven. Laniakea spans approximately 520 million light years across and contains roughly 100,000 galaxies. The Milky Way, for all our trouble, sits not near the center of Laniakea, but near its edge, on the outskirts of a gravitational basin that slopes inward toward a region called the Great Attractor. 100,000 galaxies. Let that land. Each of those galaxies contains, on average, 100 billion stars. If you multiplied out the full stellar count of Laniakea, you would get something around 10 quadrillion stars. 10 quadrillion. A number so large that if you wrote it in full, it would be 1 followed by 16 zeros. 10,000 trillion stars in one supercluster, our supercluster. And Laniakea is not especially large among superclusters. Before we go further, I want to make something clear, because it is the single most important conceptual shift in what follows. At every previous scale, we were describing objects. A planet is an object. A solar system is a collection of objects. A galaxy is a much larger collection of objects. Even the local group behaves somewhat like an object, gravitationally bound to itself. But at the scale of superclusters and beyond, we stop describing objects altogether. We start describing architecture. The universe, at its largest scales, is not built out of things. It is built out of patterns, specifically a vast, filamentary, foam-like pattern called the cosmic web. Imagine you could see the universe in 3 dimensions, not as a black sky dotted with stars, but as a map of all its matter stretched across billions of light years. What you would see would not look random. You would see something that looks disturbingly like the neurons of a brain, or the delicate structure of a soap foam, or the root network of a vast tree. Long, thin filaments of galaxies stretch between dense knots where galaxies pile up into clusters. Between these filaments yawn enormous bubbles of almost perfect emptiness. The filaments form sheets, the sheets form walls, and the walls enclose bubble-shaped voids that dwarf any structure we have discussed so far. This pattern, this foam, is the cosmic web. It is the true shape of everything. Let me try to describe how you get one. Right after the Big Bang, the universe was extraordinarily smooth, but not perfectly so. There were tiny quantum fluctuations, stretched to cosmic size by a process called inflation, which left faint patterns of higher and lower density throughout the early cosmos. Those patterns are recorded in the cosmic microwave background radiation, the faint afterglow of the Big Bang that fills the entire sky. Every place where density was slightly higher than average attracted more matter through gravity. Every place where density was slightly lower lost matter to its neighbors. Over hundreds of millions of years, these tiny differences amplified dramatically. Dense regions got denser, empty regions got emptier. Gravity turned ripples into rivers, and rivers into architecture. To understand how astonishing this is, think about what the early universe actually looked like. For the first few 100,000 years after the Big Bang, the cosmos was an almost perfectly uniform fog of hot plasma. Protons, electrons, and photons all mixed together at temperatures of thousands of degrees, with density variations of only about 1 part in 100,000. That is the level of smoothness we are talking about. If you measured the density of the early universe at any 2 points separated by enormous distances, the numbers would agree to 5 decimal places. This was as close to featureless as a physical system can get while still being a physical system. And yet, hidden inside that near-perfect smoothness, written into the fabric at the level of the 5th decimal place, were the seeds of everything we have been describing. Every galaxy, every cluster, every supercluster, every filament and wall and void, every star and every planet and every living creature was encoded in those tiny density ripples that rose and fell below the surface like whispers in a quiet room. Gravity did the rest. Over the following 13.8 billion years, gravity amplified those whispers into the cosmic web. The near-uniform fog became the architecture of the entire visible universe. That is not a metaphor. That is the actual scientific account of how the structure we see today came into existence. Structure was not placed. Structure was grown, from fluctuations smaller than a breath, into filaments billions of light years long. And the thing that did most of the growing was not the matter we see, it was dark matter. Dark matter is a form of mass that does not interact with light, cannot emit, cannot absorb, cannot reflect, and cannot be touched by any of the senses or instruments that rely on the electromagnetic spectrum. It exists only through its gravity. We know it is there because galaxies rotate faster than their visible mass can explain, because galaxy clusters hold together despite their members moving too quickly to be gravitationally bound by stars alone, because light from distant objects bends around invisible mass we cannot see directly. Across the cosmos as a whole, dark matter outweighs normal matter by a factor of about 5 to 1. And dark matter, not normal matter, is what actually built the cosmic web. The dark matter collapsed first, forming invisible filaments and halos. Then, over hundreds of millions of years, normal matter, hydrogen and helium gas, flowed into those dark valleys and lit up as stars. Every galaxy you see is embedded inside a dark matter halo, many times larger than its luminous region. Every filament you map is a dark matter filament, decorated with visible galaxies like streetlights along an invisible road. The web itself, the true framework of reality, is almost entirely dark. What we see is the sparkle on the surface. The structure beneath is hidden, and it outweighs the sparkle by margins we are still refining. The end result, after 13.8 billion years of gravitational sculpting, is what we see today. Galaxies are not randomly scattered, they line up along the filaments. Clusters form where filaments cross. Superclusters are clusters of clusters of clusters, all tracing the invisible scaffolding of dark matter that makes up the bulk of the web. And the voids, the bubbles of emptiness between the filaments, are the dominant feature. By volume, voids account for something like 80% of the observable universe. 80% of everything, by volume, is nothing at all. No galaxies, no clusters, not even dust. Just dark matter sparsely filtering through almost perfect vacuum. Let me give you a sense of void scale by talking about one specific example. In 1981, an astronomer named Robert Kirshner discovered an enormous empty region in the direction of the constellation Boötes. At first, no one believed him, because the region was simply too large to make sense. When they finally confirmed it, the Boötes void turned out to be a roughly spherical emptiness, approximately 330 million light-years across. 330 million. Inside a region of that volume, astronomers would normally expect to find several thousand galaxies, because that is how densely galaxies populate the cosmic web. On average, Boötes contains only about 60 galaxies, where there should be thousands. The emptiness is so extreme that if the Milky Way happened to sit at the center of the Boötes void, the ancients might never have noticed any other galaxies at all. Our closest neighbor would be so far away that early telescopes could not have detected it. We would have grown up thinking our single galaxy was the entire universe, because the rest of it would be too distant to see. And the Boötes void is not unique. It is one of many such supervoids scattered throughout the cosmic web. There is a local void right next to us that our galaxy is actively fleeing from at around 600,000 miles per hour, pushed by the gravitational outflow from its emptiness. There are other voids, hundreds of millions of light-years across, in every direction we can map. The cosmic web is mostly web by shape, and mostly void by volume. Every filament you see on a map of the universe is a thin river of galaxies winding through an ocean of nothing. Now let us climb the ladder of known superstructures, because the numbers are about to become absurd. Laniakea, as we said, is 520 million light-years across. It is our home supercluster, though the researchers who defined it noted that Laniakea is not truly gravitationally bound. Cosmic expansion is already, slowly, beginning to pull it apart. But Laniakea is not the biggest supercluster. In 2024, astronomers announced a newly recognized structure called the Einasto supercluster, named after the pioneering Estonian astronomer Jaan Einasto. The Einasto supercluster spans roughly 360 million light-years and contains tens of thousands of galaxies. It is in some respects more massive than Laniakea, containing a stellar census estimated at around 26 quadrillion stars. 26,000 trillion stars in a single supercluster, which is itself only one of many. Larger still is the Shapley supercluster, which sits around 650 million light-years away. Shapley is one of the most massive concentrations of matter in our cosmic neighborhood, containing thousands of galaxies and pulling on the entire Laniakea region with its gravity. In fact, our whole supercluster is drifting towards Shapley at several hundred kilometers per second. Shapley, in turn, is part of even larger flows. Let me make this concrete. Our Milky Way, right now, is moving through space at about 600 kilometers per second, relative to the cosmic microwave background, the stationary reference frame of the universe as a whole. 600 kilometers per second. Every second, our entire galaxy, with all its stars and planets and worlds, travels a distance greater than the width of a small country. In a single day, it covers more than 50 million kilometers every second, and we are being pulled. Every second, and we are being pulled. Not drifting randomly, pulled. In the 1970s, astronomers noticed that galaxies in our general region of space were all flowing coherently in the same direction toward a point in the direction of the Centaurus and Norma constellations. That is the great attractor mentioned earlier, an invisible gravitational concentration that could be detected by its pull long before anyone could see what was pulling. The great attractor lies roughly 150 million light years away, inside the Laniakea supercluster, and it turned out to be a dense concentration of galaxy clusters, partially obscured by the disk of our own Milky Way blocking the view. But the great attractor itself is not the real destination. The great attractor is being pulled towards something larger. The entire flow of our local corner of the universe, including the great attractor itself, is heading toward the Shapley supercluster, a gravitational monster 650 million light years away, containing the mass of at least 10,000 Milky Way-sized galaxies. We are falling. Laniakea is falling. The great attractor is falling. All of it is pouring across hundreds of millions of light years toward Shapley, which itself may be falling towards something we have not yet mapped. The cosmic web is not static, it is flowing. Matter is constantly draining from voids into filaments, from filaments into clusters, from clusters into superclusters, from superclusters into even larger concentrations. We are passengers on a current we cannot feel, moving at hundreds of kilometers per second toward destinations we may never reach, because cosmic expansion may pull the destination away before we arrive. Now, let us jump to something discovered only last year. In February of 2025, a team led by astronomer Hans Boehringer published the first all-sky map of the largest structures in our relatively nearby universe, within a range of several hundred megaparsecs. They identified 5 enormous superstructures, and the largest of them they named Quipu, after the knotted chord recording system used by the ancient Inca to store numbers. Quipu is roughly 1.3 billion light-years long. 1.3 billion light-years. A structure so large that light, our universal messenger, needs a full 1,300,000,000 years to cross its length. That is nearly a tenth of the age of the universe, spent crossing a single structure. Quipu contains the mass of about 200 quadrillion suns, 200,000 trillion solar masses, and Quipu is only one of 5 similarly scaled superstructures recently mapped. Together, the 5 structures contain around 45% of the galaxy clusters in the local universe, about 30% of the galaxies, and roughly a quarter of all matter in our cosmic region. Quipu alone is so massive that it distorts the cosmic microwave background and warps measurements of how fast the universe is expanding. Let me slow down, because what I just said deserves its own moment. A single object in the universe is so large that it distorts our measurement of the universe itself. The gravitational pull of Quipu on the light passing through it, and on the galaxies embedded within it, is measurable enough to change the numbers we plug into our cosmological models. If you want to know how big the universe really is, and how fast it is expanding, you cannot ignore Quipu and its siblings. They are part of the measurement. The thing we are trying to measure has features inside it that are so massive they interfere with the measurement. This is the point where scientific instruments start bumping into scientific humility. We are no longer observing the universe from outside it. We are observing it from inside a structure that tilts our readings. Quipu is now the largest known structure in the relatively nearby universe, but there are candidate structures even larger, stretching further into cosmic distance and further back in time. The Sloan Great Wall, discovered in 2003, spans roughly 1.4 billion light-years. The Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall, identified through the clustering of distant gamma-ray bursts, is estimated at around 10 billion light-years in length, though its coherence as a single structure remains debated among astronomers. If real as a single gravitationally linked object, the Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall would be roughly a tenth of the diameter of the observable universe. Some studies argue it could be even larger than that. Other studies argue it is not truly a bound structure, but rather a statistical clustering of events. This debate is live and unresolved, and I want to flag it honestly. What we can say with confidence is that there are structures in the observable universe that stretch across many billions of light years, and that each new survey tends to push the maximum size upward rather than downward. To appreciate what this means, consider the following. Inflation, the theory of how the very early universe expanded, predicts that on sufficiently large scales, the universe should be smooth and uniform. This is called the cosmological principle. It is one of the foundational assumptions of modern physics. The principle states that if you zoom out far enough, the universe should look roughly the same everywhere, with no preferred direction and no gigantic lumps. According to standard models, no structure should be larger than about 1.2 billion light years. Beyond that scale, the universe should be statistically smooth. But the Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall appears to be almost 10 times too large for this limit. The Sloan Great Wall is borderline. Quipu is borderline. Every time we build a bigger telescope, we find something that is not supposed to exist. This is a live tension in cosmology. Either these structures are not truly coherent, and we are fooling ourselves by seeing patterns in random data, or the cosmological principle needs modification, or we do not yet understand how matter organizes on the largest scales. Astronomers and cosmologists continue to argue about this, and I am not going to resolve the argument in a single sentence. What I will say is this. Even if we take only the structures that are confidently confirmed, the scales involved are beyond anything the human mind was ever designed to hold. Quipu, confirmed, mapped, named, and published, is already so large that light takes more than 1 billion years to cross it. Now zoom out one more step. Superclusters and superstructures like Laniakea, Shapley, and Quipu are themselves part of the larger cosmic web. The filaments connect them. The voids separate them. The web stretches in every direction, uniformly, filling the entire observable universe with the same foam-like pattern. There is no center, there is no edge, there is just web, and more web, and the bubbles of void between. Let me drive this home with one more comparison. If you took the entire Milky Way galaxy, the 100,000 light-year disk containing 400 billion stars that we spent so long building up, and placed it somewhere in the cosmic web, how much of the web would it occupy? The answer is almost none of it. If the cosmic web were the size of Earth, the Milky Way would be smaller than a speck of dust, not a grain of sand. A speck of dust, a thing you would brush off a shirt without noticing. The entire galaxy, the one that makes the solar system vanish, the one that takes 100,000 years for light to cross, is itself a dust mote on the scale of the web. And here is the point that makes this part of the story more than just numbers. At this scale, distance itself begins to behave strangely. Because the universe is expanding, the space between galaxies is growing. Galaxies that are not gravitationally bound to each other are drifting apart. Within the local group, we are bound. The Milky Way and Andromeda will merge. But beyond the local group, distances are increasing. Laniakea itself, our supercluster, is slowly being pulled apart by cosmic expansion. In the far future, our descendants, if any exist, will see fewer and fewer galaxies in the sky. The cosmic web will stretch, the filaments will thin, and the voids will grow. The structure we see today is not permanent. It is a phase. We are living inside the cosmic web at a particular moment of its evolution, and the web itself is slowly dissolving on timescales of tens of billions of years. The light we see from distant superclusters tonight shows us those structures as they existed hundreds of millions or billions of years ago. When we look at Quipu, we're looking at Quipu in the deep past. The Quipu that exists right now, in cosmic present time, has already evolved, already grown, already been touched by billions of years of expansion. We cannot see it as it is. We can only see it as it was. Every large-scale map we make of the universe is a map of history, not geography. The sky is a timeline, as we said earlier, But at cosmic scale, the timeline is layered across billions of years simultaneously. You are looking at Andromeda as it was 2.5 million years ago, Virgo as it was 54 million years ago, Laniakea as it was hundreds of millions of years ago, Quipu as it was over 1 billion years ago, and the most distant structures we can detect as they were when the universe was only a fraction of its current age. Every direction you look, you are looking backward through time. And here is the thing to carry into the next part. All of this, every filament, every cluster, every supercluster, every wall and void and superstructure, every galaxy and every star and every planet we have ever catalogued, fits inside something called the observable universe, a vast region we will properly unpack in a moment. Inside that sphere, astronomers estimate there are roughly 2 trillion galaxies. 2 trillion. Each with its own stars, its own planets, its own possible civilizations, its own cosmic web filament to which it clings. 2 trillion is the count we will examine next, and I want you to hold it ready, because I am going to do something with it that no one tells you. For now, understand this. The cosmic web is the skeleton of reality. Galaxies are the fireflies sparkling on the skeleton. Stars are atoms inside the fireflies. Planets are parts of atoms. Human beings are infinitesimal events on a single planet. And even the skeleton itself, the web we can see, is only what the light has had time to show us. The structures you have just learned about, Laniakea and Shapley and Quipu and the great walls and the voids, are mapped within a region we can actually observe. They are not the full inventory. They are the visible portion, the portion that exists within the cosmic light horizon. Every previous jump in this journey has been a jump within that horizon, from the solar system to the galaxy, from the galaxy to the local group, from the local group to the supercluster, from the supercluster to the cosmic web. Each of these jumps happened inside the same 93 billion light-year sphere we are about to examine. The sphere has been the container the entire time. Now, we are going to step outside the container, because here is the thing the name observable universe tries to warn you about. The observable universe is not the universe. It is only the portion from which light has had time to reach us in the 13.8 billion years since the Big Bang. Everything beyond that horizon is real and exists, but is forever invisible to us. And the universe beyond the horizon may be much larger than the universe inside it, possibly enormously larger, possibly infinite. That is the next step. That is where the ladder stops being a ladder and becomes something your mind cannot climb. Next, we will reach the boundary of what we can see, and then we will do the disturbing thing. We will look past it. The cosmic web you just learned about, the structure that makes the Milky Way a dust mote, is itself a dust mote on what comes next. And what comes next is not a bigger structure. What comes next is a horizon, a wall of light, beyond which the rules of observation stop applying, and the scale of existence becomes unknowable in the strictest sense of the word. The trap we have been falling into, step by step, finally reveals its flaw. There is no flaw. There is another room, and the door is already open. We have arrived at the sphere, the last container, the boundary around which every previous part of this journey has been nested. It is time to see it for what it is, and then, once we have seen it, to do the one thing the word observable has been warning us about since the beginning. Step past it, look at what we cannot see, and accept, finally, what that means. The observable universe is a sphere centered on you, not on Earth, not on the Sun, not on the Milky Way, but on you, the observer. It has a radius of approximately 46.5 billion light years in every direction. Its full diameter is therefore about 93 billion light years. Inside that sphere lies every galaxy, every star, every planet, every supercluster and filament and void we have talked about. Inside that sphere, astronomers estimate there are roughly 2 trillion galaxies, although recent studies using the James Webb Space Telescope have begun to suggest the true count may be somewhat lower, perhaps several hundred billion. once faint dwarfs are properly accounted for. Even using the more conservative estimates, the number of galaxies in the observable universe is so large that it exceeds by several orders of magnitude every star in our own galaxy. Every galaxy. More numerous than all the stars in the Milky Way, and every one of those galaxies contains, on average, hundreds of billions of stars of its own. The total stellar count of the observable universe runs into the range of 10 to the 23rd power, 100,000 billion stars, a number so large that you cannot meaningfully compare it to anything in human experience without the comparison itself becoming absurd. Let me try anyway, because the purpose of this final stretch is not to list numbers but to feel them. Astronomers sometimes point out that the observable universe contains more stars than grains of sand on every beach on Earth. That comparison has become famous, and it is true, but it has also been repeated so many times that it has lost its shock. So let me try a different approach. Forget the beaches. Instead, think about the total number of cells in your body. A human being contains roughly 30 trillion cells. Every neuron, every red blood cell, every skin cell, every gut bacterium, every one is a living machine of staggering complexity. 30 trillion. Now, the observable universe contains roughly 100 sextillion stars, which is more than 3 billion times the number of cells in your body. Every beating heart, every thought, every movement you have ever made depends on those 30 trillion cells, and the stars overhead outnumber them by margins that make the comparison itself collapse. There are more suns in the visible universe than seconds that have passed since the Big Bang, by enormous factors, and you are staggeringly complex. Your body is considered, by some scientific definitions, the most complicated object we know of, and the stars outnumber your cells by orders of magnitude. Hold that image. Every cell in your body, right now, is matched by several stars somewhere in the sky. Every thought in your head is matched by galaxies worth of suns, and all of them fit inside our sphere of 93 billion light years, which is itself, as we are about to see, only a fragment of what exists. Here is where we have to confront something uncomfortable. 93 billion light years is not the size of the universe. It is the size of the part we can see. The word observable is not decorative. It is a genuine physical limit. Light has only had 13.8 billion years to travel since the Big Bang. Anything whose light has not yet reached us is, from our perspective, not merely unknown. It is unknowable in the strictest scientific sense. It is outside the horizon of causality. We can calculate that it must exist, based on the smoothness and consistency of what we do see, but we cannot observe it, cannot measure it, cannot ever receive any signal from it. It is real, but invisible. It is present, but beyond reach. And the question then becomes, how much of it is there? No one knows. Let me repeat that, because it is the single most important sentence in this entire journey. No one knows how big the universe actually is. We know how big the observable portion is. We do not know how big the whole is. Estimates vary wildly. Some cosmological models suggest the true universe is at least 250 times larger in diameter than the observable universe. Others suggest the ratio could be vastly higher. Under inflationary cosmology, the leading theoretical framework for the early universe, the entire cosmos underwent a brief period of exponential expansion in the first fraction of a second after the Big Bang, stretching quantum fluctuations to macroscopic scales and possibly pushing the full extent of space-time to sizes that dwarf our observable sphere by factors so large they render the observable sphere 93 billion light-years wide and containing trillions of galaxies, essentially nothing. Possibly the universe is infinite, genuinely infinite, extending in every direction without end, containing infinite galaxies, infinite stars, infinite possibilities. We do not know. We may never know. And the reason we cannot know is that the speed of light, combined with the age of the universe, draws a wall around our observational capacity, and that wall does not move outward fast enough to catch up with cosmic expansion. Let me unpack what inflation actually implies, because it is the theoretical reason so many cosmologists expect the universe to be enormously larger than the observable part. In the first tiny fraction of a second after the Big Bang, something like 10 to the minus 36th of a second in, the universe underwent a burst of expansion so extreme that spatial distances doubled roughly every 10 to the minus 37th seconds. That is not a typo. Every fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second, the distance between any 2 points doubled, then doubled again, then doubled again. By the time inflation ended, a region of space originally smaller than a proton had been stretched to a size larger than the entire observable universe we see today. And the process may not have been uniform. Inflation may have produced a cosmos whose full extent is larger than our observable sphere by a factor of 10 to the 26th, or 10 to the 56th, or larger still. Some versions of inflationary theory predict that inflation never fully ended, that it is still happening in distant regions of space-time, producing an ever-growing cosmos, of which our observable universe is one infinitesimally small bubble. In other versions, the universe is genuinely infinite, extending forever in every direction, containing infinite galaxies and infinite structure. These are not fringe ideas. They are mainstream cosmological models, supported by measurements of the cosmic microwave background, by observations of large-scale structure, by the flatness of space as measured across billions of light years. The observable universe is not special. The observable universe is just the part we can see from this one vantage point at this one moment in cosmic history. Elsewhere, far beyond our horizon, there are more galaxies, more superclusters, more cosmic web, and in all probability, more observers, each sitting inside their own 93 billion light-year sphere, each looking out at their own 2 trillion galaxies, each unaware that we exist because the light from our region will never reach them, and theirs will never reach us. Let me explain that last point, because it is where the scale finally and completely collapses. The universe is not only big, the universe is expanding. Every galaxy outside our gravitationally bound local group is receding from us, and the rate of recession is proportional to distance. The farther away a galaxy is, the faster it moves away from us. At a certain distance, about 14 billion light years, the recession speed reaches the speed of light itself. Beyond that distance, galaxies are receding faster than light. This does not violate Einstein's speed limit, because nothing is moving through space faster than light. It is space itself that is expanding, carrying galaxies along with it. And the upshot is that any galaxy beyond this cosmic event horizon is permanently out of causal contact with us. Signals sent from those galaxies now will never reach us. Signals we send now will never reach them. They exist, they are real, they may teem with civilizations, with art, with discovery, and we will never, ever know anything about them. The wall is not merely informational, the wall is absolute. And there is a subtler problem, one that cosmologists have only recently begun to take seriously. Remember Quipu, the 1.3 billion light-year superstructure we discussed earlier. Its discoverers noted something unsettling in their published analysis. Quipu is so massive, and our location is so close to its gravitational influence, that it actually distorts our measurements of how fast the universe is expanding. The Hubble constant, the number that describes the rate of cosmic expansion, has been measured 2 different ways by 2 different kinds of observation, and the 2 measurements disagree by about 9%. This disagreement, known as the Hubble tension, is one of the largest unsolved puzzles in modern cosmology, and one of the leading explanations is that our local region of space, sitting inside or near these enormous superstructures, is not representative of the universe as a whole. The flow of galaxies towards Shapley, the gravitational tug of Quipu, the fact that we are embedded in a cosmic web rather than floating in average space, All of it may be tilting our readings of the universe itself. We are trying to measure the cosmos from inside a feature of the cosmos. The ruler is bent, and the bending may be invisible from our vantage point. This is not a small problem. It means that even the observable universe, the part we can in principle see, may be known to us only through measurements that are themselves distorted by the structure of the thing we are measuring. We are inside the map. We are inside the measurement. There is no outside perspective available to any human observer, now or ever. Even worse, this wall is closing in. Dark energy, the mysterious force accelerating cosmic expansion, is making the recession faster over time. Every year, galaxies that are currently just inside our cosmic event horizon slip beyond it, crossing permanently into the unreachable dark. In about 100 billion years, every galaxy outside the local group will have receded so far that their light will no longer be able to reach us. Future astronomers, whether living in our own descendant galaxy or in a merged system that may eventually form, will look up at a night sky empty of other galaxies. They will see their own stars and nothing else. They will have no evidence that the cosmic web ever existed, no way to measure the expansion of the universe, no cosmic microwave background remaining visible, no hint of the Big Bang at all. They will conclude, reasonably, from the evidence available to them, that the universe consists of a single galaxy in an empty void. They will be wrong, but they will have no way to know that. We are the lucky ones. We live in an epoch where the universe is still legible, where light from 2 trillion galaxies still arrives at our telescopes, where the cosmic microwave background still fills the sky with its 13.8 billion-year-old glow, where the scale of the cosmos is for this moment in history at its maximum knowable extent. Every generation before us saw less because their telescopes were smaller. Every generation after us will see less because expansion will have carried away more. We are at the peak of cosmic visibility, and the peak is already declining. This is the point in the journey where the emotions land. Not before, not in the middle, here, at the end. Because only now, standing at the edge of the sphere with the full weight of the ladder behind us, can the reflection be honest rather than decorative. We have not been building toward a punchline. We have been building toward an admission. The admission is this. Every single time, on every single rung of the ladder we just climbed, we were thinking far too small. You thought your home planet was the world. Then you saw the Earth was a pea beside a beach ball, and the pea vanished. You thought the solar system was the scale of space. Then you saw the solar system disappear on the map of the galaxy, smaller than an atom on a galactic page. You thought the galaxy was everything. Then you saw the galaxy shrink to a dinner plate in a local group of plates, and then shrink further to a dust mote on the cosmic web. You thought the cosmic web was the skeleton of reality. Then you saw that the cosmic web is only the skeleton of the observable portion, and the portion may be a negligible fraction of the whole. At every step, the picture you had in your head before the step turned out to be radically, ridiculously, almost embarrassingly too small. And at no step did the correction simply involve multiplying by a reasonable factor. At every step, the correction was a leap of factors so enormous that the previous picture became not merely inadequate, but essentially zero on the new scale. This is what the phrase, "and it is not even close," means. It does not mean the universe is bigger than we thought by a factor of 10. It means the universe is bigger than we thought by factors that make our first guess, and our second guess, and our third guess, all equally irrelevant. Your intuition does not get closer to the truth by correcting it. Your intuition is replaced, erased, overwritten, and the thing that overwrites it is itself, at the next scale up, about to be overwritten. I want to sit with the emotional weight of this for a moment, because I think it matters. There is a tendency, when people learn about cosmic scale, to fall into one of 2 unhelpful reactions. The first is nihilism, the feeling that nothing matters because everything is small. I do not share this reaction, and I do not think the evidence supports it. The universe being large does not make your life small. The meaning of a thing is not a function of its size compared to other things. A thought inside your head is not less real because a galaxy is bigger than the thought. A love, a decision, a moment of beauty, a scientific insight, these do not scale with distance. They are their own thing. They happen once, here, and they are complete. The universe does not need to be small in order for your life to be meaningful. Those are separate questions. The second unhelpful reaction is mysticism. The feeling that cosmic scale reveals something spiritual or transcendent, that the universe's size means something beyond itself. I do not share this reaction either. The universe does not have a message for us. It is not speaking, it is not teaching, it simply is, and it is vast, and the vastness is a fact about its structure, not a communication. What I do think the vastness teaches, if teaching is even the right word, is something more narrow and more specific. It teaches intellectual humility. It teaches that the ruler you were born with is not a measure of reality. It teaches that whenever you feel certain you have grasped the scale of a thing, there is a very good chance the thing is still larger than your grasp. That is the real message of cosmic scale. Not that you are small, not that nothing matters, but that your first instinct, your second instinct, and your third instinct about the size of reality are, respectively, wrong, and still wrong. And the only appropriate response is a kind of quiet, clear-eyed awe. Now let me bring this all the way back to the beginning, because I want to show you how far we have travelled. We started with a hand in front of your face, a pea, a beach ball, a football field, a 230-foot walk from Earth to Sun, a solar system where the nearest star, at the same scale, sat on the opposite side of Earth. Then we left that scale behind, because the galaxy requires the solar system to vanish entirely. We walked the galaxy in time, at the speed of light, and the galaxy required 100,000 years of crossing. We counted its stars, and needed over 12,000 years of continuous counting to reach the total. Then we left the galaxy behind, because the local group shrunk galaxies to dinner plates on a tablecloth. We left the local group behind, because Laniakea reduced the local group to a lobe of something 500 million light-years across. We left Laniakea behind, because Quipu and the Hercules Corona Borealis Great Wall and the cosmic web stretched the map to billions of light-years. We left the cosmic web behind, because the observable universe contains the entire web and then some. And then, at last, we left the observable universe behind, because the observable universe is not the universe. The universe may be vastly larger, possibly infinite. Certainly, much of it is unreachable, receding from us at speeds that light itself cannot overcome. Every step made the previous step small. Every layer revealed the previous layer as a sliver, a fraction, a rounding error. And the pattern itself is the thing worth remembering. The pattern is what the title was pointing at the whole time. The true scale of the universe is not just bigger than you think. It is bigger by structural, categorical, layer-on-layer factors that make the phrase bigger than you think a dramatic understatement. There is one more observation I want to leave you with before I let you go. It is subtle, and I have been holding it for the end because it could only land here. Consider what we have just done. You and I, two humans, descendants of small primates that evolved on the savannas of Africa a few 100,000 years ago, have spent the last hour walking across a map from a pea in a hand to a universe possibly infinite in extent. We have talked about structures so large that light takes billions of years to cross them. We have discussed horizons beyond which no signal can ever travel. We have acknowledged that our own position inside a cosmic supervoid may be warping our measurements of the universe itself. And we have done all this sitting still, using only language, mathematics, and the light that telescopes have collected. We have not gone anywhere. No human being has ever traveled further than the moon. And yet, through patient observation, through careful measurement, through the accumulation of centuries of astronomical work, we have managed to perceive, in some dim but real way, the shape of a cosmos billions of times larger than the planet we live on. That is the thing that is most remarkable. Not the size of the universe, not the horror of it, not the isolation. The fact that a creature as small and short-lived and localized as a human can reach out with thought alone and feel the shape of something this immense. The universe is vast beyond description, yes, but the mind that notices it is part of the universe too. Every measurement we have made, every ruler we have bent, every horizon we have calculated happened inside a brain made of atoms forged inside dying stars. We are, quite literally, the universe looking at itself, a tiny, ephemeral, temporary arrangement of matter, briefly conscious, briefly capable of wonder. And in that brief window, we have managed to locate ourselves on a cosmic map that extends at least 93 billion light years across, and possibly further than any number can express. That is not nothing. That is not meaningless. That is, whatever else it is, astonishing. Now, let me close with the thing I promised at the start. The title said, "The true scale of the universe is bigger than you think," and it is not even close. Every part of this journey has demonstrated that. The solar system was bigger than your intuition said. The galaxy was bigger than the solar system could have suggested. The local group was bigger than the galaxy could have hinted. The cosmic web was bigger than any supercluster could have predicted. The observable universe was bigger than the web made clear. And the true universe is bigger than the observable universe by margins we cannot even bound. Here is what I want you to carry away. The disturbing part is not that the universe is big. We said that at the very beginning of this journey. The disturbing part is the pattern. Every time we thought we had reached the limit of scale, we discovered we were still thinking far too small. Every time we built a model, the model turned out to be a miniature of a miniature of a miniature. Every ruler we used broke on contact with the next rung, and the pattern does not appear to stop. There is no reason to believe, from the evidence we have, that any upper bound exists on the size of reality. For all we can measure, the ladder continues. For all we can prove, it never ends. You came into tonight with a picture in your head of the size of the universe. Whatever that picture was, delete it. It was wrong. But do not replace it with a new picture. Because whatever new picture you form, drawing on everything we have just said, will also be wrong. Smaller than the truth. Inadequate to the actual structure. The correct response is not a new picture. The correct response is a new attitude. An attitude of permanent openness. A willingness to accept, whenever anyone gives you a number about the cosmos, that the number is a floor, not a ceiling. That the true figure is larger. That whatever you just imagined, the reality is still more. We are small, that is true, but the smallness is not the story. The story is that the universe, the actual universe, is structured at layers of nested scale that collapse human intuition again and again, without ever reaching a final layer. The story is that from where we stand, inside a galaxy, inside a supercluster, inside a cosmic web, inside an observable sphere, inside a universe that may be infinite, we are looking outward through at least 5 concentric shells of wonder. Each shell hides the next. Each shell is dwarfed by the next. And the final shell, the one we cannot cross, hides something we have no way to measure and no way to name. The observable universe is 93 billion light years across. That is a confirmed number. 2 trillion galaxies. That is an estimate from the best surveys we have. 700 billion at the low end, depending on how we count. Hundreds of billions of stars per galaxy. Dark matter outweighing visible matter by a factor of 5 to 1. Dark energy driving the expansion, accelerating us toward eventual cosmic isolation. A cosmic web stretched across the full visible volume. A true universe beyond that, likely far larger, possibly infinite. And us, inside it all, watching, measuring, naming. 30 trillion cells per human. 8 billion humans. One tiny moment of awareness in the history of a cosmos that has existed for 13.8 billion years and will continue for vastly, vastly longer. You cannot hold this. I cannot hold this. Nobody can hold this. The only honest response is to acknowledge that the universe is too big for the mind, that evolved to notice it, and then to do the one thing minds can do anyway. Keep looking, keep measuring, keep asking how much further, keep accepting, with a kind of patient humility, that the answer to every new question about cosmic scale is almost certainly going to be larger than you imagined, and the gap is not even close. Go outside tonight. Find a dark spot away from city lights. Look up. The stars you see are all within our own galaxy. The faint smudge of the Milky Way is one of 2 trillion. Each of those galaxies contains worlds. Each world potentially has its own sky. Each sky, if eyes exist to see it, looks out at the same cosmic web we do. And the web, the sphere, the horizon, and everything beyond stretches outward from every point in every direction, to a size the word size was never meant to describe. That is the true scale of the universe, bigger than you think, and not even close.
is that many men get extremely triggered when a woman mentions patriarchy, which is interesting because patriarchy harms men too. So
Luton Road. Who's this? Okay.